Does it really matter? Boston avoids the brooms, and the Giants are back to 500 for the first time in nearly 2 months. What's up, everybody?
Giants.
Yeah, the blanket Giants got the job done. It's Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Waterboy from the Murph and Mac Show, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning. Of course, the start of the Murph and Mac Show. And then we'll be taking you all the way to 9:10 pregame Giants coverage because 10:10 a.m. this morning, you're getting some Giants baseball. So tune in early for Murph and Mac on Diamond Notes. And tune in to watch a ball club that has won 7 of their last 8 games. And yes, Dave, they are back to 500 for the first time since April 6th. Almost 2 months. So here we are on May 24th. The gravitational pull has finally brought us all the way back. Giants winning back-to-back games in Minnesota after never winning a game at Target Field. Well, it's because they only went there like once or twice since the ballpark opened, but now they've won back-to-back games. And they've done it by beating Bailey Ober, who's been one of the better pitchers in the American League. And they did it yesterday by beating Sonny Gray, who is the best pitcher in the American League right now. And that's one of the things going to yesterday's game. I looked at this matchup between Alex Cobb and Sonny Gray. And you look at where they're ranked in the MLB by ERAs. Sonny Gray had a sub-2 ERA, number 1 in the entire big leagues. Alex Cobb, number 4. So I knew yesterday we were going to get into a pitcher's duel. And it seemed like when the Giants were down 3-0 that they were headed for trouble. That's because Alex Cobb got hit early. The Twins came out, had an aggressive approach. I don't think Cobb had the splitter working to his liking. Next thing you know, here's Byron Buxton hitting a 2-run bomb to put the Twins up early. Michael A. Taylor went deep also. And the Giants are down 3-0. Meanwhile, here's Sonny Gray just absolutely cruising through 4 innings, gets to the 5th, cruises through that, then comes out for the 6th inning and has a leadoff walk against J.D. Davis. And kids, as you know, we like to say on the leadoff spot, no free 90s, especially to start an inning. I knew a rally was coming. Next thing you know, Michael Conforto, the hottest bat on the team, hits a double. Runners are on 2nd and 3rd. Gray then comes back, issues another walk, and it's bases loaded, nobody out. And here comes Rocco Baldelli coming to pull Sonny Gray out of the game. And at first, my initial reaction was, damn, they're going to pull out the guy with the best ERA in the American League through 5 innings when he hasn't allowed a single run. Then I pulled out my MLB ballpark app, and I checked the numbers on Sonny Gray, and he was all the way up to 105 pitches. So credit to the Giants. Even though they weren't getting on base, even though they weren't getting the hits, they were working the count. They got his pitch count up, and that's why Sonny Gray got pulled out of the game and had to watch a couple relievers walk in back-to-back guys after Casey Schmidt came in as a pitch hitter and Wilmer Flores came in as a pitch hitter for Blake Sable. 2 back-to-back walks. I believe it was Patrick Bailey and Bryce Johnson, the 2 young guys putting a quarter in the merry-go-round. Giants scored 2 runs. Lamont Wade is not able to capitalize, and they're still down 3-2. Fast forward to later on in the game, 7th inning, there he is again, Mikey Conforto, going deep for his 10th home run of the year and his 6th home run in the last 12 games. This is a guy that's starting to catch fire now. Yesterday went Oppo Taco again, spraying the ball all over the field, and I think this is what we were all expecting this offseason. Hell, this is what I expected when I drafted Michael Conforto in the KNBR Fantasy League. In the first month of the season, I had some of the guys like Copes and Jacob the Vigilante talking about, what are you doing with Michael Conforto still on your team? Yeah, who's laughing now? Now he's hit 6 home runs in the last 12 games, and now is maybe being a better value and a better player than Carlos Correa, who was scratched from the lineup yesterday with a bruised heel. And, of course, this is all going to come full circle to last December when I was scheduled to interview Carlos Correa before the physical results leaked out while Carlos was dressed in a suit and tie in his hotel room with his family, and how the Giants kind of left him at the altar after seeing the results of those physicals. Well, as much as we criticize the Giants front office for missing out on the free agents, so far it's looking like maybe it was a good thing that they did not get Carlos Correa. And think about this butterfly effect and everything that's happened since then and the emergence of the man named Casey Schmidt. Now, Casey was not in the lineup yesterday. They gave him, I believe, his first day off, really, and a good day to do it when you got Sonny Gray on the mound. But going back to December, going back to Carlos Correa maybe joining the Giants, what that would have meant for Brandon Crawford, whether or not he would have had to move to third base or second base. But look at the all-star season that Thairo Estrada's having right now. Look at J.D. Davis, who's holding down the hot corner, having one of the best seasons of his career. So all this is now coming off the butterfly effect of not getting Carlos Correa. So I think right now, after watching the Giants the last 8 games, winning 7 of them, Giants fans are probably pretty happy with the situation. Probably still not happy not getting Aaron Judge. He hit a big game-tying home run last night before the Yankees walked it out. So shout out to the 209 and everybody out there looking for the Aaron Judge updates. But when it comes to Carlos Correa, maybe they did make the right decision. Maybe the doctor was right all along. Then again, there's still going to be 5 to 8 years of Carlos Correa maybe playing at an all-star level after the first quarter of this season. So I don't want to judge it too instantly, but it is interesting to look at the butterfly effect and how is it shaped out for the Giants 2023 season. And right now, with that 24-24 record, they're kind of right in the middle of everything. Third place in the NL West. Arizona above them with a 29-20 record. The Dodgers are 31-19. And even though they've been dealing with multiple injuries throughout their pitching staff, we all know Walker Buehler had Tommy John surgery last season. He ain't playing this year. Julio Urias is on the IL. Dustin May's on the IL. But here was their top prospect last night, Bobby Miller, getting a win against the Braves, throwing 100 miles per hour, just snapping off these filthy sliders and curveballs. So it looks like the Dodgers got another good pitching prospect, but I think the Giants are happy with their prospects right now and the fact that they're playing better than the San Diego Padres, who are 22-26, and of course the Colorado Rockies, who are 21-28. All teams in the NL West actually won yesterday. Shout out to Juan Soto for going deep off Mackenzie Gore, the prospect that they traded for Juan Soto, or at least was the main name in that trade package. Soto gets his revenge. Padres win. Like I said, everybody won in the NL West yesterday, and the Giants are playing some of their best baseball of the season. Alex Cobb going deep into the game after, I don't even want to call it struggles early. Like I said, he gave up 2 home runs. Didn't really have that splitter working until the 6th or 7th inning. But he ends up going 7, allows 6 hits, 3 earned runs, 8 strikeouts. He gets the win and gets the hug from Logan Webb post-game or in the dugout. They were talking about it on the broadcast of how awkward it was and how long Logan Webb was hugging him. But hey, I'm sure everybody's hugging right now and happy that the Giants are finally winning some ball games. So we'll spend plenty of time this morning talking about those San Francisco Giants. Also got to talk about the Eastern Conference Finals. Jason Tatum keeping the Celtics season alive, dropping, 33 points yesterday. Had a great second half last night. Came in with 25 points after disappearing for the first 3 games of the series. And to be honest with you, I was expecting a sweep, especially after what we saw in Game 3. But I'm actually kind of happy that the Celtics won last night. And no, not because I want to support anything from Boston. Shout out to my guys, Derek Jeter and Alex Rodriguez, sitting courtseat last night. And, of course, the TNT broadcast team taking the low-hanging fruit and throwing up the graphic that, the last Boston team to come back 3-0 was the 2004 Red Sox, blah, blah, blah. I don't need that on my TV screen during a basketball game, but that's the narrative that they're going to go with.
Nobody cares.
For Game 5, Game 6, and Game 7. And as good as the Celtics are, they've got 2 home games. I don't see it happening. Hell, it's never happened in the NBA. After the Lakers got swept, after LeBron James was out here crying about retirement, after pulling the hood over the national media and having them not talk about those 2 missed shots and instead talk about his potential retirement, the Lakers became the 150th team to lose a series after going down 3-0. I think the Celtics are going to join them pretty damn quick. If you're looking for maybe the Celtics to win at home Game 5, they are an 8-point favorite. I'll probably be taking the Heat to cover that spread, even if they do win. But yeah, I don't see this going past 5 games. Of those 150 series, 92 of them ended in a sweep. 44 ended in 5 games. 11 ended in 6 games, and only 3 of those matchups went to Game 7.
7.
But to be honest with you, Dave, I wouldn't mind it just because I want some basketball in my life. Because if Miami won last night, we would have had a break all the way until June 1st with no basketball. Again, shout out to the NBA and whoever the hell put together the playoff schedule. Having the Warriors and the Kings play damn near almost every other day. Having the Lakers and the Warriors literally play every other day with 24 hours rest in between, just to have a week off between the NBA finals. Woohoo, this is great basketball, great product. But even more than the NBA scheduling, even more just content for me to talk about on the air, I'm glad that the Celtics won because that means we get one more game at least with the Inside the NBA TNT crew. You guys know that I love Shaq, I love Charles, I love Kenny, I love them all.
Lakers stink. We can get that out the way.
Shout out to my guy Ernie too. And shout out to the boys for having Steph Curry on the pregame show yesterday talking about the social justice award that he won. And I also loved him giving his prediction on the game saying, hey, yeah, I think the Heat are going to sweep. Kind of like Draymond Green picking the Lakers to beat the Nuggets. Shout out to Draymond. I know he put out a podcast last night talking about that series also. But probably my favorite part of the entire interview is when Shaquille O'Neal looks at Steph Curry and kind of makes eye contact with him. And he goes, Steph, you know I love you, brother, but you got me in some trouble. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. And Steph had a priceless look on his face. He's kind of doing the sign. Should have probably told Shaq to go night-night and go to sleep. If you're out of the loop, I think this all goes back to that crypto scam that they were a part of. But shout out to Shaq for riffing about it on air. Shout out for Steph for being on the broadcast. And like I said, I love the Inside the NBA crew on TNT. I'm glad that this series is going to be extended. No basketball tonight. They'll be back in Boston on Thursday. Probably the last dance for the Celtics. We'll see what happens with them in the offseason. But, hey, we got to wrap up the Eastern Conference Finals. And right when I'm saying last dance, SportsCenter literally put a graphic of LeBron's last dance on the TV. Again, I think the entire national media got hoodwinked. Instead of talking about LeBron being swept in the Western Conference Finals, and instead of talking about him missing back-to-back game-winning shots, here's everybody going with the LeBron narrative about retirement. We dispelled it yesterday. I don't think it's going to happen. It's a bunch of nonsense, so we won't waste any more time talking about it. But something that we should talk about is some 49er football, which was back in our life yesterday with voluntary OTAs. And, of course, there's always some quarterback controversy down in Santa Clara. Yesterday, Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and Sam Darnold all spoke to the media. We'll let you hear some of that sound and let you know who was taking the reps with the starting unit, quote-unquote starting unit, and who's going to be QB1 going into the 49er season next year.
Here he is, QB1.
We'll answer those questions on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher on the leadoff spot on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Checking in with the Water Boy on a Wednesday morning. It is the leadoff spot, and it's time to check in on the San Francisco 49ers. Because here we are at the end of May, getting closer and closer to the actual start of the 2023 NFL season. And on Monday, that's when it all began for the 49ers with voluntary OTAs. And you might have saw plenty of clips yesterday from Sam Darnold and Trey Lance throwing because yesterday's practice was actually open to the media. So for the first time, Sam Darnold, Trey Lance, Brock Purdy all spoke to the media simultaneously about all the question marks that we're going to be hearing a lot about this offseason. And I guess really the big question is, who's going to be QB1 headed into week one of the season?
Here he is, QB1.
Now, that's Craig Albernaz, catching coach from the San Francisco Giants, talking about Joey Bart, Kirk Casale, Patrick Bailey, and all the catchers that the San Francisco Giants might have available for the season. But I think when we're talking about the 49ers, availability is the key. What's the old saying? The best ability is availability. Well, that's kind of been the case with the 49ers and their quarterbacks over the last few years. Whether it is Trey Lance getting injured, whether it is Brock Purdy getting injured, whether it's both Brock Purdy and Josh Johnson going down in the NFC Championship game, which led to the third emergency quarterback rule coming back that the NFL passed the other day. But right now, I think the 49ers are not in that bad of a position, even though we are talking about a team with Super Bowl aspirations, and they still don't know who their quarterback's going to be. Now, a lot of those questions stem from that NFC Championship game, from Brock Purdy tearing his UCL, from the internal brace surgery that he had this offseason where he was able to avoid Tommy John surgery. Now, currently, Brock Purdy is still not throwing a football, so you won't see any clips of him throwing to guys with no shoulder pads on Twitter yesterday. Right now, all he's doing is making violent arm motions with a towel. Again, shout out to a young water boy in high school making some violent arm motions with a towel. But next week, that's when the good news comes, because that's when Brock Purdy is expected to start his throwing program, which is about 3 months post-surgery. And that's kind of been the check mark for Brock Purdy to get to this throwing program. Then he'll have 3 months before training camp starts. And maybe, just maybe, he'll be healthy enough to start week one. Here was Kyle Shanahan yesterday at 49ers OTAs on the hope that Brock Purdy will be ready week one for the 49ers. Hope. We got a lot of hope, and that's nice. But we've also had a lot of different answers from Kyle Shanahan himself, who said maybe we're looking at week 4 to 6. We've heard from John Lynch saying maybe week 1, and now here's Kyle circling back saying, yeah, maybe week 1. The real answer is nobody really knows. Nobody knows how Brock Purdy is going to recover. Again, I've given Bryce Harper as an example in baseball. The dude returned from Tommy John surgery in less than 6 months. Now, it's a little different when you're swinging a baseball bat versus throwing a baseball or throwing a football. But look at Trevor Story with the Boston Red Sox, had internal brace surgery. I think it's been at least 6 months, and he's still not back. So, again, all these injuries are different. All athletes are different. Everybody recovers differently, which led to this answer from Kyle Shanahan when he was asked about the moving target. And, Dave, get ready to isolate this one. Kyle Shanahan giving us another classic quote about the availabilities of his quarterbacks. I mean, I love these answers from Kyle Shanahan. Is Brock Purdy going to be ready week 1? Only God knows. Is Nick Bosa going to win Defensive Player of the Year again? Is John Lynch going to have a future not going into TV and staying with the 49ers? Only God knows, Dave.
No, exactly. I don't see any scenario of that.
Yeah, exactly. It's going back to the questions last season, or was it 2 years ago, when he was asked about Jimmy Garoppolo and if he's going to be on the roster, and he hit us with this.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster. So that goes for all of us.
I mean, he's right. Only God knows who's going to be alive on Sunday. I mean, this is a classic Kyle Shanahan quote, Dave. We're going to have to keep that one around. Hey, is Joey Bart going to be the starting catcher for the Giants next year? Is Patrick Bailey going to be the future behind the backstop for the Giants? Is Casey Schmidt going to win Rookie of the Year, Dave? He's got the answers. I don't. I don't even know who's going to be live on Sunday. I don't even know if I'll be doing the leadoff spot tomorrow.
Not going to San Fran.
Yeah. I don't know if I will be going to Santa Clara for OTAs. Only God knows, Kyle. This is great. A classic Kyle Shanahan answer. And these are kind of the answers he's going to give us about the quarterbacks. But why not go to the actual quarterbacks himself? Like I said, Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and Sam Darnold all spoke to the media yesterday. Here was Brock Purdy giving us the update and whether or not he knows if he'll be ready for week one. And I think Brock is being smart with his approach. He's not planting his flag and saying, yeah, week one in Pittsburgh, TJ Watt, bring it on. Only God knows if he's going to be out there week one. Shout out to the text line checking in this morning with a bunch of riffs already. 925, will Bob Myers come back to the Warriors? Only God knows. Is Draymond Green going to put out another podcast today? Oh, yeah, he probably. Yeah, Dave said God doesn't even know that one. Only Draymond knows that one. Again, this is hilarious. Not hilarious when we're talking about an injury for Brock Purdy, but again, I do think he is taking the right approach this week, this offseason, the way he's been handling this, and the way that he's handled his entire career. If we're going back a year ago, this is the guy that after being drafted with the last pick in the draft was competing with Nate Sudfeld just to be the practice squad quarterback. Like, you want to talk about the last 365 days for Brock Purdy and put it all in perspective to him taking over from Jimmy against the Miami Dolphins and running off 8 straight games all the way to the NFC Championship game until he got hurt. It's been a crazy year for Brock Purdy. And now he's in a situation where he has to compete with 2 former top 3 draft picks for the starting job. And again, this has always been my take. I'm going to stand by it. As long as Brock Purdy is healthy and ready to go, this is his job to lose. But if he's not healthy, then we are looking at a competition between Sam Darnold and Trey Lance. We'll get to that in just a second. But here was Brock Purdy talking about the dynamic being in the locker room with those 2 guys. If you remember last year, Brock talked a lot about how Trey Lance was helping him out with blitz packages and stuff like that. Yeah, now Sam Darnold enters the equation. Here was Brock Purdy yesterday talking about the dynamic in that quarterback room. I think we just doubled down. Brock Purdy's so nice, you got to hear him twice, Dave. Here's the cut I was looking for from Brock Purdy talking about that dynamic being in that locker room with Sam Darnold and Trey Lance. And what's interesting about this dynamic when you look at these three quarterbacks, they're all right around the same age. You're talking about Sam Darnold, who's 25, I believe. Brock Purdy, 23. Trey Lance, 22. Might have to bump those numbers up a year. I haven't looked at their ages since last season. But Trey Lance is the youngest quarterback on the roster. That's what's interesting to me. It's not like Jimmy Garoppolo's 10 years old or like the savvy veteran leading these guys. Yeah, and that's probably why Jimmy's out of the building and Sam Darnold got brought in. Because Sam Darnold's 25 years old, has the high ceiling that has everybody in love with him. We heard Matt Mayoko on with Murph and Mack 2 weeks ago, saying he might be the greatest thrower in 49er franchise history, which made me scratch my head because this is the same guy that was seeing ghosts with the New York Jets. Now, if you talk to people like Greg Papa, they'll point out the last 3-4 games of the season in Carolina where Sam Darnold won. But my big question is, if Sam Darnold's got all this arm talent, where does Trey Lance rank? That's a great question, Dave. Thank you. Because he's got a big arm also. And he's also the guy that the 49ers were ready to hand the keys to the car to last year. They were basically ready to get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo and kick him to the curb and say, Trey Lance, this team's yours. He was the starting quarterback week 1. And they thought with him, they could win a Super Bowl. A lot's changed since last offseason. But if you ask Trey Lance, not too much has changed. Here it was Trey Lance yesterday actually talking about the success that Brock Purdy had last year and how he's different entering this season than he was last offseason. This is it, Dave. Cut H right here. Trey Lance breaking down Brock Purdy's success because a lot of people think if Trey Lance would have stayed healthy last year, maybe you would have saw some of the same success that Brock Purdy had. And again, we're talking about a guy that was a top 3 draft pick versus the last draft pick. And that's when you look at Brock Purdy, you look at the high floor. Maybe he doesn't have as high as a ceiling as someone like Trey Lance or even Sam Darnold with the arm talent he has. But one thing he has done is gone out there and prove it, something we haven't seen from Trey Lance. Here's that cut we were looking for of him talking about the difference of last season versus this offseason. And I think that's a great answer from Trey Lance. He's checking off all the boxes. This is his last opportunity, in my opinion, with the 49ers. If Brock's not healthy, like we said, he's not even throwing a football right now. That's not until next week. Trey Lance has got to take advantage of the opportunity with taking first-team reps. And like I said, yesterday's OTAs were open to the media. So, of course, everybody is out there tracking every single throw, talking about who's taking who's taking snaps with the first team, even though there's not really a first team out there because half the guys aren't even playing. It's a bunch of backups. Shout out Christian McCaffrey. I know he was out there with the first team yesterday, and it was actually Trey Lance who took the first snap. Now, again, I'm not reading too much into this. Kyle Shanahan even said we're going to split first team reps between Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. But, of course, yesterday, everybody was breaking down the footage, looking at Trey Lance's throwing motion, which, hey, I'm no quarterback expert. I know everybody thinks they're a quarterback coach because they got access to highlights on Twitter these days, but it does look like he's cleaned up his throwing motion. Has a little bit of a wider base with his feet, a little bit more of a quick release. I know he talked a lot about working with Patrick Mahomes this offseason and his quarterback coach, and as how that has helped him with arm soreness moving forward. Hopefully we see some of those results on the field, and hopefully this kid can just stay healthy. That's really what we want to see. He's only played, 4 games in the last 4 years, it seems like? Going all the way back to North Dakota State when he only played 1 game in the pandemic season. There's just not too much to go off of with Trey Lance. There's not too much to go off of with Sam Darnold. And even the sample size with Brock Purdy playing in 8 games, was it? That's not a huge sample size either. But if you ask Kyle Shanahan, when he's looking at this quarterback room, he's licking his chops because he has 2 guys that were drafted top 3. And obviously Brock Purdy was one of the best storylines in the NFL last year. Here was the key quote from Kyle Shanahan yesterday, talking about this quarterback room and how he thinks the 49ers can win with each quarterback on this roster. And that's the thing. I think when Kyle's looking at this situation, he's looking at all the potential, the talent. He's pretty damn happy after going through Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard and the long list of 49er quarterbacks that he's gotten access to. Right now, this is good for Kyle. This is good for Trey. This is great for Sam Darnold, a guy that some people think will be QB1 going into the season if Brock Purdy's not healthy. Again, I'm not buying into that quite yet. I've only seen a few footage snaps of him on Twitter. I think we still got to see a lot more Sam Darnold before we even get into that conversation. But like I said, Kyle said he's going to give him the opportunity, just like they're giving the opportunity to Trey Lance. Here was Sam Darnold ask about splitting first-team reps with Trey Lance in the first 2 days of OTAs. First team, second team reps. Does it really matter? Right now, Dave, it does not. It's OTAs. It's voluntary, but it is good to see the guys back on the field. Even though, shout out to Allen Iverson, we are talking about practice, not a game, practice. But it's going to be practices that all. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, AI. Yes, exactly. But these practices are going to be watched through a magnifying glass to see the health progress of Brock Purdy and to see how Sam Darnold and Trey Lance do leading into this season. I wouldn't be surprised if the 49ers kept 3 active quarterbacks on their roster. Also, wouldn't be surprised if maybe they're answering a few trade calls. Actually, I take that back. I would be surprised because I think the 49ers need all the depth they can at the quarterback position, which is why I kind of shut down those trade rumors about Trey Lance at the NFL draft. Again, those same people who are armchair quarterback coaches on Twitter are the same people who are talking about Trey Lance being traded on draft day. Surprise, surprise. Trey Lance is still on the roster, and here he was yesterday asked about those trade rumors and if he wants his future to be in San Francisco. And hey, he's got the opportunity right in front of him. Shout out to Trey Lance. I heard him yesterday in his press conference also talk about how George Kittle invited him to tight end camp this summer. We'll see what other quarterbacks for the 49ers will be joining him if Sam Darnold's going to be out there, if Brock Purdy's throwing the ball. You know, everybody loves to read into everything. Shout out to Eric Branch from the San Francisco Chronicle. Pointed out yesterday that Brock Purdy was the first quarterback to speak to the media. Sam Darnold was number 2. Trey Lance was number 3. Yeah, you can read into that if you want. I'm not. I'll read in between the lines, and I'll watch what's actually going on in between the lines on the field down at Levi Stadium. 49ers, OTAs in full swing, and we'll keep you updated daily on the quarterback watch for the 49ers. But on the other side, let's get back into some Giants baseball, a team that has won 7 of their last 8 games. And whether or not you're happy having Michael Conforto instead of Carlos Correa, we'll discuss all those angles on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
One pitch. Swinging. There's a high drive into left center field. Going back. Castro at the warning track at the wall. He leaps and it's gone. A home run for Michael Conforto. He made the leap and we couldn't tell if he had it in the glove or not. And then we saw the umpire, who was wondering himself, I think, who then signaled home run. The Giants have gone ahead.
The leadoff spot now continues. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Michael Conforto stays hot. The Giants stay hot. And they take down the Minnesota Twins 4-3 yesterday to win 7 of their last 8 games. And for the first time in 47 days, the Giants are back to a 500 record. That's right. For the first time since April 6th, the Giants have crawled all the way back to a 500 record and right now are arguably playing some of their best baseball of the season. Whether it's the bullpen, that was terrible the first couple weeks, hell, first month of the season. You look at Camilo Duvall yesterday picking up his 13th save, throwing 100-plus miles per hour. I know the Giants have been using him a lot. Shout out to Tyler Rogers coming in last Friday, getting the save also. But Camilo has looked great. Tyler Rogers has looked good. Taylor Rogers has looked better. John Brebbia, the opener. Sean Manaea gave you 8 strikeouts, 3 2/3 out of the bullpen the other day. It's starting to pick up. It's starting to look like the plan for the Giants that they were talking about all offseason long. Because we know with this Giants team, it's going to come down to pitching and defense. And since the additions of guys like Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey, this is a team that has gotten better defensively. So I think there's probably no people who love it more than the starting pitchers. Guys like Logan Webb, who got plenty of ground balls for Casey Schmidt, and even a guy like Alex Cobb, who with that splitter will roll up multiple grounders throughout the game. Now, yesterday, Casey Schmidt got his first off day since being called up to the league, so he was not playing that Gold Glove caliber defense, but he still had plenty of help from the rest of the team after it looked like they were going to get shut out by Sonny Gray. Because that's the thing going into this game. You looked at the pitching matchup. You saw that Sonny Gray had the #1 ERA in the entire MLB. But you can also look at Alex Cobb, who has the #4 ERA in Major League Baseball. And we knew that we were looking at a pitching duel. Now, maybe the Minnesota Twins took that into consideration when they were looking at their game plan to attack Alex Cobb early. And they had some success. Credit to Byron Buxton going deep with a 2-run home run to put him up 2-0. Michael A. Taylor, former National, also goes deep. But after that 4th, 5th inning, it looked like something clicked for Alex Cobb. It looked like he finally got the grip down on that splitter. And then we saw him carry the game all the way into the 7th inning, have 8 strikeouts, and allow those 3 runs, but gets the win, his 4th win of the year. He's now 4-1, and has really turned into one of the best stories for the Giants over the last couple seasons. But you know what else has been a great story? Michael Conforto the last couple weeks. And he was the man that put the cherry on top. After Sonny Gray was pulled from the game, after the Giants had bases loaded with nobody out, couldn't get any RBIs batted in. They did get a couple walked in, as Casey Schmidt and Wilmer Flores both came in as pitch hitters, both got out. But then the reliever who filled in for Sonny Gray actually walked Patrick Bailey and Bryce Johnson back-to-back. That cut the lead down to 3-2. Next thing you know, here's Michael Conforto with another 2-run opposite field home run. The Giants go up 4-3. And like I said to begin this segment, had another great outing by this bullpen. Scott Alexander, the Sonoma Seawolf, comes in the 8th. Camilo Duvall strikes out the side in the 9th. They close down the ball game, and they get a big, big win. And now they will be looking for the series sweep today, early baseball, 10-10 first pitch, and we're getting another great pitching matchup. It's going to be Tony D, Anthony DeSclafani, taking on Joe Ryan, a North Bay kid. I think he went to Marin Catholic, maybe. I'll have to check in on Murph on that one. But shout out to everybody up in the 707. You get early ball today, 10:10 a.m., 9:10 pregame. You'll get Diamond Notes and this date in Giants history with Brian Murphy early on this season. But real quick, before we went out, thank you, Triple E. Look at that, Triple E giving me some help. Joe Ryan went to St. Francis Drake, apparently. Not St. Francis at Eric Burns. Triple E's favorite Giant player ever. That's an inside joke from the last time Murph did Diamond Notes. But yeah, shout out to Triple E. I didn't know I was going to get some help from Eric this morning. Dave, only God knew that Triple E was going to come in with some additional information. And hey, only God knows if the Giants are going to make the playoffs. Dave, are the Giants going to be a wild card team this year? Thank you. It's a bit we were playing earlier on from Kyle Shanahan in case you missed it. Great sound yesterday from 49ers OTAs on the quarterback situation. If you miss any of the show today, we always podcast it. It's available on KNBR.com, the leadoff spot in its entirety. I know everybody's not up at 5 a.m., so if you want to catch early Waterboy, go to the KNBR podcast page. And if you want to catch Murph and Mac, they're only about 5, 6, 7 minutes away. We'll make the connection on the other side, get you ready for some early Giants baseball. And, of course, look at the quarterback controversy and who will be quarterback one next year for the 49ers. Yes, only God knows. Only the Waterboy knows. Only Overnight Dave knows. Maybe Murph and Mac will know on the other side. It's the Waterboy on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler, and you're listening to the Leadoff Spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, wrapping up the leadoff spot on a Wednesday morning. It is Marcus Boucher about to make the connection with Murph and Mac. Two guys you can hear doing diamond notes today. Giants pregame starts at 9:10 a.m. Great pitching matchup. Anthony DeScalfani taking on the Bay Area's own Joe Ryan. But how about this? Something I didn't mention in our previous segment when we're talking about Bay Area pitchers. Our guy Kyle Harrison yesterday in Sacramento, 4 innings, 9 strikeouts in 4 innings, folks. Kyle Harrison looking pretty damn good. And some other prospect news, Reggie Crawford, the first-round draft pick from the Giants, who made an appearance with Murph and Mac earlier this year, might be making his debut down in San Jose with the San Jose Giants this weekend. Again, only God knows. Dave, is Kyle Harrison going to be in the Giants rotation this year? Only God knows. Maybe Kyle Shanahan has the answers. Murph is joining us this morning. In case you missed it, Kyle had some classic quotes. He gave us the quote about Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't even know who's going to be alive this Sunday. Well, when he was asked about Brock Purdy's availability for week 1 this year, Kyle Shanahan told us only God knows, Murph.
Damn. Is he going Drake on us? God's plan?
God's plan.
He's going
Look
God's
at you,
plan on us
Murph.
here?
Look
Yeah.
at you dropping some Drake.
That's damn profound from Kyle. He's right.
I love
it's in
it.
God's hands now, baby.
Yeah, that's it.
You know what? How's the show going to be today? Only God knows.
Only God knows.
Shout out the I hate to do the dated references. Shout out the Beach Boys. God only knows. Right? So we'll do it.
That's
There
all
we
right.
go.
You dropped Drake, now you're dropping Beach Boys.
We're
a little bit of both.
We're
Look at
spanning
you.
the globe, buddy.
Yeah,
Spanning the
exactly.
globe.
We got a wide
Hey, that's what happens when you get back to 500. You're feeling good.
That's it. First time in 47 days, Murph.
How about
We're back,
500
baby.
as the cause of celebration, man?
Yeah.
And that's been Gabe's thing. You know, he was 500 twice with the Phillies.
Yeah.
He was 500 his first year with the Giants in 2020. Skip over the anomaly that was 2021, and then 2022 they were 500.
Shout out Tom Selleck when they do the movie about Gabe Kapler's career in baseball. It'll be called Mr. 500. Shout out, what was it, Mr. Tom Selleck? Was that Mr. 3000?
3000,
Yeah. So Mr. 500, that's
The
Gabe's
movie
story.
poster will say Mr. 500, and then the slogan, every movie has a slogan that says, "Oh, really? Is that what you imagine?"
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, you are what you are on the back of your baseball card,
This
right?
is all true,
I
buddy.
guess that's true.
And back a bit, Kyle Harrison. There we go. Well, see, I mean,
see.
this is about as perfect as harmonizing and all that.
Little trivia.
melodies
Oh,
and
you
all
ain't
that
kidding, bro.
stuff.
They're singing like birds, all these guys. Now, if you remember, because you
Might want to mix it in. Got to set the kid to work.
Nicely done, OD.
Set the kid to work.
this song right here, you remember, Murph, at the very end of Boogie Nights, this is the final song you hear in the movie when the credits start to fade. Yeah.
Because there's another movie that claims it as the closing tune that makes everybody cry at Christmas time. The movie that I loathe, but most people love.
Let's get into it.
It's called Love, Actually.
Heard of it, never seen it.
Come on,
I've heard about it.
Who's
Come on,
in
guys.
it?
Come on, guy. That's a big movie. That's like and now it's become like the Christmas movie. It's that multi-scene, multi-character British movie with Liam Neeson and with Hugh Grant and with all these love stories connecting, and then it ends in the final scene at the airport where everybody's coming. It's all these little pictures of people at the airport, and then they play God Only Knows and everybody cries.
God only knows. Well,
God
see, Dave,
knows.
that's it.
So
Yeah.
the four of us right now, I'm the
You're on your own.
I hate
Yeah.
the
I'm
movie.
not a big
Trust me.
romance
You're
like
on your
at
own. It's the
Christmas
ultimate
time.
rom-com.
Yeah, I'm not
It's
a
the
rom-com
ultimate.
for Christmas.
Wow.
I want Arnold and Jingle All the Way and
I'm
Turbo
not-
Man.
I am quite surprised right now at the blank I'm getting. This is a pretty big movie in the last
Unless you
25
guys
years.
consider Boogie Nights a rom-com,
Well,
too, in its own way.
It is incredible, though, that both movies close with that.
Yeah, they do.
Like, I wonder if each director, it says, hey, man, that's my move. And the other director goes, no, man, that's my move. And then they have a brawl in the Hollywood parking lot.
Just a quote from Boogie Nights, when it comes to Murph's movie that I haven't seen, I really do feel inferior.
Yeah.
See how I give you the Boogie Nights now? Yeah.
I'm just quite surprised.
Yeah.
Believe me, I hate the movie because it has this precocious kid that you're supposed to like.
See, with the kids now.
And he's
Right.
he has all these clever
Yeah.
things to say. And
I don't know, Dave.
I want to,
I don't know. Yeah.
I want to send
You
the kid
wanna
to his room.
discipline him,
Yeah,
right,
I want to
right.
send him to his room.
Yeah.
Well, here we are on a Wednesday
dessert for
morning,
you.
closing the leadoff spot with that sound. I know Overnight Dave's got to get out of here. You're listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, a Cumulus media station, the sports leader, and the Murph and Mac Show starts right now.
Good morning and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Look at that big screen with
Don't
just
like
you
it.
on it.
No,
Polly.
I'm not
I love
down.
it.
This
It's
is not-
this-
I don't
you
know
look
why.
like the supreme leader. That's what you look like. You look like the supreme. You got to do the. You got to give like a. I know you're not an office guy, but for Copes, the scene where Dwight Schrute becomes the Mussolini guy at the sales conference. That's what you got to start doing, gesturing wildly. So anyway, hey, as soon as we get those screens up, there we go. Now you can see my old
Oh,
gray
there's
head.
Murph. Hey, Murph.
See, I told you 209 Love Actually. They're coming at me. It's great. Are you heartless? 209, I hate that kid.
Right.
I hate that kid.
Who is he? Which kid are we talking
He's
about?
Liam Neeson's kid. And, and you're supposed to like root for him to be in
No.
love with this little girl.
There's the problem I had with that movie, Jerry Maguire. I wasn't buying
Yeah.
that kid's act.
Yeah.
He
I
comes
hear you.
out, he's got the glasses. What do you want from me? Like, now what? I gotta take care of this kid?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get Cuba Gooding a contract. Now I gotta take care of a kid at the same time. I mean, I'm coming at you with a very harsh take here.
I'm with you.
I know everybody's like,
I'm with you.
loves the adorable
Yeah,
kid
I'm
in that
with you.
movie. But I wasn't same principle. I'm like, blank this kid.
And 714 says, bad news for you, Murph. The movie's 20 years old. If you listen to the tape, 714, I said one of the biggest rom-coms of the last 25
You gotta
years.
listen to the tape.
I said 25
Yeah.
years. This thing came out around, I don't know, 0001, something like that. Anyway, hey.
Hey now.
This is what happens when you get to 500.
Yeah.
Everybody's frisky.
You listen
Everybody's
to
having
Beach
fun.
Boys, you riff. Yeah, Yeah.
Not Love, actually. 500, actually.
Yeah, nice,
is the movie
dude.
we're
Nice.
making here.
Wins,
Yes.
actually. Yeah. Yeah. Conforto, actually.
Why not, man?
Let's go.
Listen.
Let's go.
They're stitching it together a little bit. I was reading the Buster Posey column in the Chronicle this morning. He's going to I had my Zoom for the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame tomorrow, Paulie. All of a sudden, they're like, 2 days before the event, they're like, oh, yeah, by the way, we need you to kind of like do everything.
Yeah.
So I'm like, wait a minute. So I got to be like, I'm like, what time do you need me there? They're like, 3.
I'd work.
I'm like, wait a minute, 3.
You know what you do? You work that right into your fee. You go, well, you know what that is? That's going to be an extra charge now.
I go with the great Gary Radnitz, who says you don't charge for those things because if you do, then they expect something. That was Gary's
Well, it sounds
take.
like they expect a lot already. Yeah.
But anyway, Buster's going to be one of the honorees tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And so,
Patrick Willis.
And Patrick Willis.
Andre Ward. It's a nice lineup, man.
I wound up having a great conversation with Overnight Dave about Andre Ward.
That's my boy.
Who calls him one of the greatest fighters of all time.
Nice.
Of all time.
Okay.
I
Dave
thought
would
that
know.
was like Sugar Ray Robinson territory. You know what I mean?
You know what, though? When it comes to boxing, I would listen to Dave. He knows what he's talking about.
He started ticking off the reasons why.
You see? I'm not surprised. Like, give me some. What are the reasons?
Well, he was undefeated. He won every undefeated. He won every big fight he ever had. His technique was perfect. He fought big names. He won a gold medal. He moved up a class, although he liked him more as a 168 than a 175.
Had a nice cameo in Creed. Won me over right there.
He mentioned that as a reason, too.
Mm-hmm. He was really good in that. He comes walking up. He's like, I'll give you a piece. Knocks Creed right on his A.
Yeah.
So anyway, that little sparring thing.
Getting back to the column on Buster, he's going in tomorrow night.
Okay.
It was talking about, he was called, listen, Patrick Bailey is not Buster Posey, right? Let's just get that out of the way, right? But the same thing of a young catcher now behind the dish, and poor Joey, by the way. I mean,
Something for Joey. I mean, geez, Louise. The remake, the 2023 Something for Joey.
So we got Bailey there, and I know Schmidt has cooled off a little bit. Of course he's going to cool off. What do you think? He can hit 450? Not going to hit 450? Jeez. If he hits 280, we'll be delighted, right? So let him get to 280.
Let him, yeah.
Because I got people freaking out. They're like, Schmidt made another round. I'm like, easy now. God, take it easy.
Let him. We got to let him get to 280.
Let him get to 280.
Yeah, I like 280. I'm happy with 280.
If he lives at 280, you like a good 280, Paulie?
I'd love 280. As far as I'm concerned, once you hit 270, everything from there on you're doing pretty good. And 280's damn sexy.
You know who's a career 270, 272 guy?
Dave Parker.
Dwayne Kuiper.
Okay, see? Well, there's a rock solid batting average right there. Yeah.
I love a good 280.
Yeah. Oh, 280. You're knocking on 300 almost. You're getting closer.
Hey, plus it's the road Marcus takes to work every day from his home far away.
Bro, it's a road I took down to the Niner event last week, the Golden Heart Foundation event. I took 280 all the way down. Love 280. It's always moving. That's what I love about 280.
Yeah.
Plus
except for when you get closer to San Jose.
Well, you slow down a little down there. Yeah, that's true.
But anyway, why don't we put the stamp on it, guys?
I'd like that.
Hey, listen, it didn't look like it. They're down, 3-0?
Not with Mikey Conforto around. You're never out of it.
Well, not when you're Pat Bailey drawing bases loaded walks.
Right, that's it.
And Bryce John, it was kind of exciting to have Schmidt up at the bases loaded. I was like, here we go. And he popped out. And I was like, well, just get to 280.
Well,
kid, all right? Just get to 280.
Just do it.
But listen, the Giants are pitching it. They're bullpenning it, guys. They're bullpenning it. Nothing's the offensive line of baseball, the bullpen.
Been dying to break a call out on you real quick before we stamp this bad boy. Scott Alexander, you've been watching.
There's a call for sure.
Can I give it to you?
Yeah,
I got it.
Give it to me.
John Franco.
Okay.
I'm telling you, just go side by side and then come talk to me.
I was looking for more of
with the mustache, dude, the body type. There's a strong John Franco kind of shadow on this guy.
It's a hell of a look.
Yeah, you got it. It really is.
You know what's interesting is that he looks like kind of like an Italian New Yorker.
Yeah.
But he's just a guy from Sonoma County.
Right.
He went to Cardinal Newman.
He's got that Franco flavor.
Yeah. He went to Cardinal Newman and he went to Sonoma State. And now he's getting fools out.
Yeah.
So anyway, the idea that the Giants were down 3-0 doesn't matter.
You don't even have to worry about it.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, really? Is that what you thought?
I know. And Michael Conforto.
Yeah.
So let's put it in the books, man.
He's like a cyborg.
Kai Correa calls Rob Manfred. Manfred said, damn, I'm getting to know
Again with you.
I'm getting to know you quite well.
Yeah,
He
take
said,
a night
yes.
off.
He goes,
Yeah.
I'm starting to like the sound of your voice, too.
Uh-huh.
San Francisco Giants 4, Minnesota Twins 3.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Once again, Bochy still in the mix. And then Kai Correa said he called Bobby Weir next. He said, come on out, Mike Conforto. hang on for just a second,
You're
Paul.
good. What do you need? I got you covered.
Well, no.
What, the number bomb it was?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm looking for my box score, but it ain't here.
Okay.
Where's my guy?
Oh, no. See?
The guy I pulled into the garage with at the same time.
Nice. Who was in front?
He was in front of me,
Nice.
but that didn't make it any better.
Now you got to wait
All
for him
right.
to part. It's a close, really.
I would have thought.
Oh, he's saying check
oh,
again.
He is there.
He's getting defiant.
Okay, he's getting upset.
Hold on.
He's getting upset.
Well, I'm looking too, by the way.
Where you see?
No, I don't know. I can't find mine either.
Tripoli, I'll buy you a soda.
Okay.
I'll buy you a soda, buddy.
What flavor? Give him a Mr. Pibb.
Michael Conforto.
Yeah.
Number 10. Buy you a soda.
That's it. Nice
What do you want?
pop.
You want a Fresca?
Yeah.
You want a Fresca? I'll get you a Fresca. You know, we ran out of those Frescas there. So anyway, that was great. And,
I got it too. There it is. Thank you,
It was
Tripoli.
kind of some now. He's printing out so much stuff that it got stuck together.
I know. It's almost overkill. Tripoli, do me a favor. Stop printing out so much stuff. Dude, I'm kidding. I'm only kidding.
Okay, well, Kyle spoke, and he thinks Purdy might be available week 1, which is pretty exciting.
He said he expects it. Said downright expects it.
And then, Paulie,
Yeah.
your Celtics Heat take there, buddy.
My Celtics, they showed up in the second half last night, much to my surprise. I told Marcus between commercial breaks yesterday, I said, if I'm a betting man, which I'm not, but I do love to talk about Marcus, or talk about betting with Marcus, and I said I would have taken the Heat. I was all about the Heat yesterday.
That's why we're bad at this.
Yeah, that's why I don't bet. That's why I don't bet. I let these guys do that.
Although the forecast, I believe, came out in the green last year. I think the forecast was in the green. I think we made you money last year.
I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah.
I know we made you money
Fabulous,
last year.
fearless, fantastic Friday football forecast.
Which will now be on film.
Do you know where you are? You're in the. Can I get one just for my head in the off season? It might be
That's
good for
May.
me, just to kind of plug
That's
in.
not till September.
You're gonna die with the Murph Axl Rose vocal. Still one of my favorite Murph moments of all
Should we let
time.
it hibernate until
You know
the fall?
where you are.
You just want it right now?
I just want to hear it.
It's better than hearing.
The envy I have for
Better
that
than
vocal.
that kid in Love Actually.
Much. That kid can't do that vocal. I
I told
guarantee.
you,
it. Don't worry about it, Marcus.
I angered the Love Actually crowd. They're coming for me here.
Well, you're all right.
Can you determine the controversy over multiple texters saying ELO's Living Thing closed Boogie Nights?
Boy, I really thought it was.
Maybe they were both used. Is that
possible.
a possibility?
I
And that one is
recall-
like the credits and one's a final
Yeah,
scene?
maybe. Okay. Because they are right. I do remember the other ELO song, too. I thought the Beach Boys were after that, though. I'm going to have to
could
go.
be right.
Well, I could be wrong, though, too, easily. Let's just say they were both played, and I forget the exact order, but yeah.
You want to do that or no? Yeah? Oh,
nice. You got to love the gear.
All right, we'll get the
Gotta
guest
love
list
that.
on the other side. Listen, we're going to talk about the Giants today. We got some fun guests today. It's a Wednesday morning. We're on camera on KNBR.com.
And early Giants ball today, so
And early
just
Giants
throwing that
ball.
out to the listeners. Stick around. M&M Arrow Giants ball.
Going for the sweep in Minnesota.
Going for the blanket sweep. And I want that sweep.
Against Marin County deadhead Joe Ryan.
I want, like Brad Pitt said in Inglourious Bastards, and I want my scalps.
Okay.
You'll know what that means when you see the movie. And I want my
That's
my
better
scalps.
than Love Actually.
Yeah. Oh, much
on KNBR
better.
104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
You know where you are. You in the forecast, baby.
Here's what's trending now on KNBR.com.
49ers president Al Guido stopped by the Pop and Lunch Show yesterday to talk about the 49ers hosting Super Bowl 60 down at Levi Stadium. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Seamheads, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
1-1 pitch. Swing. There's a high drive into left center field. Going back, Castro at the warning track at the wall. He leaps, and it's gone. A home run for Michael Conforto. 2-2 the count. Again, Doval throws. Swing and a miss. He struck it out with yet another slider, and the ball game is over. He strikes out 3 in the inning to get another save, and the Giants have taken the first 2 games of this series. They've won 3 in a row, and now 7 of their last 8.
Look at that. I did not expect that rejoin from Waterboy going, I believe, probably old K-Fog sort of ish.
Big time.
Marcy's Playground.
Well, it's Dave Morey in your morning K-Fog.
Remember Maury's pipes? He was incredible. His voice.
Waterboy, you're the king of the cool beats, and you're going with like kind of late 90s adult alternative.
Yeah, because every time we have a team that goes to Minnesota, I usually play some Prince. I'll usually play some Atmosphere. I thought this morning, why not mix it up with a little Marcy Playground?
How would you know that Marcy Playground was from Minnesota?
Oh, just because of the countless research I do whenever we do rejoins, when they're playing the Vikings or the T-Wolves.
1997 hit, Sex and Candy.
It's a good song.
Now, Murph, I got to say, we could sprinkle in some other kind of flavors of the Minnesota music scene, but I don't know if Marcus is ready for Husker Du. Although I would love some Husker Du, or maybe even some replacements. Shout out San Diego Mike. Thanks for that Let It Be reference or a recommendation. Great record. So replacements, Husker Du. Is Marcus ready for that? That's my question to you, Murph.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
He is ready.
Good.
He's ready for Marcy
Mold.
Playground.
Yeah.
He's ready for that, man. I was just boning up here on this Giants stuff, and it's just all going well. It says here that, according to Andy Bagley, they took a little trip out to the lake.
What lake?
Well, they got 10,000. You know what I mean? They got 10,000.
Take your pick.
So take your
Which
pick.
one looks good? Grab one. Grab a lake. Don't cost nothing.
Remember, my buddies and I, we took that trip. This was our trip last August, and we did it. We rented that boat on Minnetonka, the whole thing, and it was awesome. But the Giants did the same thing. I thought it was too early in the season, though, because it's still cold there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a little ice fishing in May.
But it says, according to the story, Mania and Logan Webb were cannonballing off the dock.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, Mania probably gets a pretty big splash.
Yeah,
He's a big dude.
Just about to
I mean, you want to
that.
see some water fly up, you go see Sean Mania. You know?
But the boys are coming together. They're bonding. They're going off of docks in Minnesota. And Alex Cobb couldn't do it because he had to pitch. Dude, Cobb is nasty.
Yep.
He's really good. And he's now like, Waterboy, you ready for this? Alex Cobb, 4-1 with a 2.17. All right?
Yeah, last night's matchup was two pitchers who are top 5 in the MLB in ERA. Sonny Gray being number 1. Alex Cobb has the 4th best ERA in all of baseball.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, we were talking, listen, what does the All-Star game mean anymore? I don't know. But
what does it mean?
He would be on your short list. Alex Cobb is a potential All-Star. You know who else is kind of, this guy, sometimes you kind of take him for granted, but I just happened to be watching the 9th inning a little more intently. Camilo Doval, children. Camilo Doval. El Camilo Real is back. Remember we named him that in 2021 when he came out of nowhere and kind of, dude, he's throwing that 101 up in on the hands on Byron Buxton, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're not hitting that.
No.
You're not. And if you are, your bat's breaking. And so, this guy, another 19 pitches, 11 strikeouts. He's got 13 saves and a 1.99. I mean, this guy's
1.99, damn.
Yeah, I mean, reliever ERA is probably a useless stat.
Still, though. Yeah.
Still.
Yeah.
So, a water boy between Scott Alexander, Camilo Doval, the offensive line is getting it done.
The bullpen is finally producing like we thought it would preseason when we were talking about the addition of Taylor Rogers joining Tyler Rogers. Taylor has been pitching better lately. We've been talking about the potential return of Luke Jackson. You talked about Scott Alexander, Camilo Doval. Like, these were the pieces that the Giants thought would end these games going into the season. And to your point, ever since Camilo Doval added that two-seamer last year, now he can go 103 with the cutter, 101 with the two-seam. He's unhittable.
Well, pretty much.
Yeah, almost. Unless he's throwing balls.
You don't see guys barreling him up and just taking him. It's not so things are looking good. And by the way, I was reading Bag's piece too. They're talking about how they've cut down on strikeouts. Mm-hmm. And he said, parentheses, David VR in Sacramento. I hate to say I want it. He was my guy. Remember I adopted him at the start of the year, Paulie? But where is he? He's in Sacramento. He's in Sacramento. And so everything's going the right way. And again, getting back to what I was talking about earlier about the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner tomorrow night at the Hyatt Embarcadero. I'll be down there talking to your boy Andre Ward and Julie Foudy and Gary Payton.
P52, give Pat Willis a fist bump.
Pat Willis and Buster Posey. And the thing is, the call-up of a young catcher. Again, Bailey is not Posey, but still this youthful catcher back behind the dish. The team starts winning. I mean, Schmidt and Bailey are associated with the team playing better.
Yeah.
They're winning.
Yeah.
Right? So, feeling pretty good, man. And you don't have to wait long for today. Was it 10?
Yeah, we got morning ball today, guys. Stick around. We can serve it up nice and early.
10-10 with, you got DeSclafani against Joe Ryan.
Nice, with the toenail on a chain. And is he still carrying the toenail around? Do we know? Does he have it in a glass jar? He might with Superstition. You never know.
Do you put it under your pillow? And
let's not forget, once again, we got to go back to The Sopranos. When Tony went over to Italy with Christopher and Paulie, and they were doing that car scam. They were ripping off cars. Check this out, Marcus. Here's the premise. They were ripping off cars in the States, like luxury sports cars, and then shipping them over to Italy where they could sell them over there to their mafia-related family over there. Do you remember the woman who was in charge of the Italian crew when they went over to Italy? She was cutting her toenails, and Tony was watching her. She was very attractive. If you remember, she was like in a lounge chair cutting her nails. And then she did this thing where she picked them up, and she threw them over her shoulder like salt. And then Tony goes, later on, like they're having dinner, and he goes, do you remember this?
No.
Yeah, and he goes, I noticed the thing you were doing with your toenails there. And she's like, nobody gets my toenails. That's superstition. They go over your shoulder. So anyway, I'm just saying, there are superstitions with toenails. Shout out to Sopranos in Italy. That's all the evidence you need.
I'll take it. As long as you don't...
you don't remember that?
I don't.
The throwing of the toenails, yeah.
My brain isn't what it used to be, buddy. It just isn't.
Well, I'll blame COVID brain. That's what it is.
I remember the Love, God Only Knows at the end of Love Actually.
Yeah, that's about as far as it goes,
that's all
right.
I got. And I remember boating in Lake Minnetonka. How's that?
That's good.
But other than that, the Giants do their thing. Did you guys have a dramatic feeling about the basketball? I won't lie. I was rooting for the Heat. I've become a Heat fan. Shout out my buddy's kids band, Yorn's Apostles. I'm a Spose Apostles. I'm an apostle of Eric Spoelstra.
Yeah.
And I won't lie, there is that little tiny seed of like, uh-oh.
Coming back from 3-0 is pretty tough,
blow
though.
This now.
Yeah. Well, what they don't want to do is, they got to end this thing by 6 at the most. You go back to Boston Game 7, all bets are off. Then it's anybody's series.
Well, also, this might be just what Jimmy Butler's looking for.
That's what I thought, too. If you watched him in the post game last night, it was a good question. They said, hey, somebody asked Jimmy Butler in the post, they said, hey, are you worried about the motivation? Kind of like the momentum this is going to give to the Boston Celtics. He goes, no, actually, I think we're going to have the momentum because we're very upset with how we played. So it's a different way of looking at it. But to your point, I think you see a different Heat team Game 5. They're going to have a lot of urgency.
I like it. We are rooting for the Heat.
Yeah, openly, dude. Openly rooting for the Heat.
Which is funny because I used to be a Celtics guy. But I don't know. This Celtic team, though, I don't know.
Yeah. It ain't like this ain't the glory days. You ain't seeing Kevin McHale ain't walking through that door, Murph.
Or the big three, Ray Allen, Pierce, and Garnett.
Yeah, those guys got it done.
What do you got? Well, you catch any of the basketball, Waterboy?
Oh, I watched the entire thing because I thought it would be the last game on TNT, and that's actually my big takeaway. Because the series got extended, we get more Shaq, more Kenny, more Ernie, and more Chuck.
And they were doing their thing last night. Again, after our talk about it yesterday morning about how there's nothing like it, and the NFL can't match that, I was just savoring, too, every Shaq interaction.
No, I love Shaq. Yeah.
Did you guys catch the Shaq interaction with Steph Curry before the game?
I missed that. I heard you talking about it. I didn't see it for the Kareem Award.
So they had him on for the award.
We need to talk about that for just a second.
I know,
because
Curry.
You sent that to us yesterday during the show, and we didn't hit it. Just yet.
I know.
How many times have we talked about this guy?
He's superhuman. I mean, he's like the evolved human species model that doesn't get. He's like the fully loaded model you would buy at the dealership. Give me the Steph Curry fully loaded.
He won the 2022-2023 Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Social Justice Champion. It recognizes a current NBA player for pursuing social justice and advancing Abdul-Jabbar's mission to assist individuals and groups who have been historically marginalized or systematically disadvantaged. So it gives him a $100,000 donation. He's going to give. Let's see. Curry gives a $100,000 donation to USF's Institute for Nonviolence and Social Justice.
That's what I mean. Steph Curry just helping the community. Yeah.
So anyway, what happened with Shaq and him?
So yesterday he came on. Of course, they talked about everything that Steph's doing in the community, all the good stuff. But then Shaq kind of hints at some of the bad things going on with both him and Steph Curry. Kind of hinted at that whole crypto scam that was going on. And Shaq looks at Steph. He goes, "Steph, you know I love you, man. But I'm going to need you to stay quiet. I need you to stay quiet." And Steph had this priceless look on his face. He goes, "Shaq," and kind of puts up the shh to his mouth. It was a great moment before the game started yesterday.
How did you know it was about the crypto?
Because I know that Steph and Shaq have both been involved. And I mean,
that's a dicey thing.
Tom Brady and Overnight Dave always keeps me updated on that. Shout out OD. It's one of his favorite stories about how all these rich athletes got scammed by some crypto guy.
Yeah, they did. And they're trying to sweep it under the rug.
Yeah, exactly. And Shaq brought it up pregame with Steph on camera. It was
nothing like sweeping something under the rug, Paulie. You know what I mean?
I'm one of the masters.
Well,
I'll sweep it under the rug like nobody's business.
Secrets and lies, the whole deal.
Give me a broom and watch me go to work.
Hey, sometimes your life can turn on whether or not something stays under the rug or not.
Sometimes you got to sweep stuff under the rug for the betterment of the entire group. Like, you guys don't need to know. Let me sweep this under the rug.
All right, let's get the guest
for your own protection, Marcus.
Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm trying to protect you.
It is better for everyone, yes. Wednesday, 5/24/23. I ain't going to lie. I'm just going to be totally transparent with everyone.
Do what you got to do, man.
I'm having having a huge problem
with
the placement of the new mic on the studio.
Join the club, dude. You really think it's easy on this side of the table?
No, I mean, I like
it's like going through an obstacle course.
I can see you.
No, it's like going through an obstacle.
You look great.
Well, that's a matter.
I
That's up for
understand that
debate.
my very questionable mug is more visible now. However,
with the placement of the microphone, you mean? Yeah, no, there's nowhere to hide. I know, it's like bam, right in your grill.
I understand why they did it. There was an unintended consequence.
You know what, though? Let me ask the what do we call in this department here? The
engineering?
No. The guys who set up the cameras.
Audio-visual,
there
digital?
you go. Sure,
digital?
the digital guys. Yeah, all you guys and girls. Do you guys really want to see our faces? I mean, is that going to sell the show?
Well, right now,
I don't think so. I think it'd be better off obscured. Yeah, I think better off obscured, though.
I agree.
Yeah,
but
I'll put a big veil over my face if that helps. You know what I mean?
But the unintended consequence, and it's kind of a sleek mic, I guess. It's kind of nice. The unintended is that to my right, if you can see down here, is my sponsorship.
It's a mess, man.
This thing is everything.
It's a mess.
This is my life, and it is completely blocked out, like Deion Sanders covering a receiver in the 90s.
I think the general principle here is, can we make it as difficult for Murph and Mac as possible to even just get to the microphone? Because Murph's not lying. I have the exact same problem over here, and they put these new, anyway, like you said, who needs to hear it?
I am, as
they put new mic stands in, it makes everything about 100 times harder.
I am OCD.
Just for the hell of it.
And I have to do this. See, this is the sponsorship.
Yeah, look at that thing.
Sheet, right?
Yeah, that's like the keys to the car.
I need to make sure all this stuff is touched on.
And
it has to be in my purview, but when I go down my purview, there's Deion covering me.
Right.
And I'm not open.
He might swat it away. He might pick it off.
I can't get open.
He could take it to the house.
So anyway, I'm just letting everybody know, full disclosure, if you see me tinkering and what am I? Futzing? I guess futzing around.
Futzing's good.
Yeah. If you see me tinkering,
You
and
see
futzing.
Murphy's futzing.
Yeah. So anyway,
I understand.
Yes, futzing.
I had
good word.
I had to say that because we are an open book.
Well, that's
All right,
true.
so there you
there are
go.
no secrets here,
And then the
except for the ones we
tell you. Don't tell them that they don't care.
Well,
I would
they do.
counter that they do care.
Yeah, on the Howard Stern show,
counter
it
that
make
they
me
do.
care about all that kind of stuff.
All right, so,
Yeah.
me describing that might drive more people to the stream to see the actual blocking going on.
See,
the numbers are going up, Murph.
In
The
a
numbers
weird
are going
way,
up.
in a weird way, Murph is actually drawing in more listeners now. Yeah.
So once again, KNBR.com, the KNBR app, YouTube, live stream, Twitch.
You
can
guys
see,
enjoy.
this situation here. All right,
tune in and behold.
what do we got?
All right, some early baseball today for the Giants. First pitch 10:10, which means we're going to get some early Andrew Baggerly. He's joining the program at 6:50 this morning.
Okay, I'm reading his story about just
Bright and
everything's
early.
going right. I mean, Bailey is an improvement behind the plate. Casey Schmidt with a StatCast shiny arm. That's what he calls him here. J.D. Davis is hitting the ball. I mean, listen, it all adds up to a 500 team.
Yeah.
To a 500 team.
Giants are winning some games, 7 out of their last 8. We'll talk about it with Bags at 6:50, and then Mike Kruko 7:35 to kick off your power hour.
Yeah,
Hey,
sounds good.
You know, being a 500 team, it's a lot better than being 4 games under like the Padres. Feels good up here at 500.
Are they 4 under?
I think so.
I'm
Aren't they
looking at it
22
right
and
now.
26, right? Is that
That's
yeah?
bad, man. Hey, I'm
Yeah.
gonna check it out.
Giants
here.
looking down at your
Yeah,
pods.
it ain't popping in San Diego right now.
Not right now.
No, it's not popping.
No, it's not.
It
You're right
ain't
about that.
popping at
It's not.
all.
And you know, it's funny. I'm back there again, same week, last week of July, and I'll go to We're going to Petco again, and I'll let you know if it's popping.
Okay.
Which is funny we say that because yesterday, rare deal, poor little Rory, sick as a dog, puking all over the place. All over the place. Nothing like puke all over the place, guys.
Ugh.
Good morning and enjoy your breakfast.
Everyone's favorite.
By the way, enjoy your breakfast while I talk. So I stayed home. I said, well, we got to get you a movie, kid. We got to, get under a blanket. We'll get you a movie. So we streamed the new Super Mario Brothers movie. By the way, they hit you for $24.99.
Wait a minute. Whoa.
$24.99 to stream the damn thing.
What?
24?
Well, because it's like a premiere feature that just hit the film.
Yeah, but
it's like
25. What's
said,
going on out here, Mo?
I know.
What's going
I
on?
rationalize it. A, he's sick under a blanket. B, he wanted to see it. And C, if I took him to the theater, I'd have spent more than that, right?
Give me a big tub of popcorn. Where's my
Yes,
juju
exactly.
bees, etc.
Gas money, all that
Right,
stuff.
gas
So I'm looking
money.
at it. I'm looking at it as a win.
Yeah,
all right?
tolls. You know
By
what
the
I mean?
way, last time I mentioned gas money was when in high school when you're like, you can give me money for gas.
Yeah. Well, Murph, you want to tell the sticker that we grew up with? Marcus probably needs to know on the back of everybody's bumper regarding gas. Go ahead.
Waterboy, there was a bumper sticker all through the 1970s that said gas, grass. Can I say? Or A.
You can, yeah.
No one rides for free.
Nobody.
No one
That's
rides
the
for free.
70s
All right, so
coming
there
at you.
go.
Yeah.
By the way, that is
Just right
profound.
on the bumper. Yeah.
Absolutely profound.
Yeah.
I might have to throw that on my car.
You might.
Get it on my bumper.
Gas, grass, or A, no one rides for free.
And how many times did a hitchhiker, did a guy with that bumper sticker pull over for a hitchhiker? And the guy goes, yeah, where are you going? And the person says, well, I don't have any gas and I don't have any money, but I got this.
Well,
and he just turns around and slaps his A.
Now you're getting into Boogie Nights now.
Well, a little
You know
bit.
what I mean?
Shout
Now
out Gavin Lux.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the parking lot. You guys know what I'm talking about. You've seen it.
Anyway, the point of the story about popping is that Candace made homemade. When's the last time you did homemade popcorn? I'm talking the kernels, not the microwave.
Ooh, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Where you,
Decades.
get
Nah,
the
it's been a long
sound
time.
in the kitchen, just
It's like a machine gun.
Yeah.
And then the anticipation builds and the aroma starts. Do it the old-fashioned way. There's probably a greater payoff because you got to wait
I gotta
for it.
say, the mother's touch, the way she salted it and buttered it perfectly. You know what I mean?
You got any on you right now? It sounds good. Yeah.
And so anyway, that was popping more than Petco was my entire point.
I'm buying into that.
There you go.
Petco
All
is
right.
not popping.
Now we can move on.
Okay.
All right. So Bagley, Kruko, and
that's your power hour. We'll do our cooler of content, the big hit at 8 a.m., of course.
Late change. We were going to do the are you glad they didn't get Carlos Correa question? But now it's like, how are you feeling about Kyle Shanahan's comments on Brock Purdy?
Right.
There he is, QB1.
There you go. So any Niners pretty much going to move to the front of the line when it comes to big
Sounds
hit,
good to me.
Big hit leverage.
Niner ball, man.
And we'll talk about 49ers OTAs with Mike Silver from the San Francisco Chronicle at 8:50 this morning, Murph.
Yeah.
Before we wrap up the show, 9:10, and get you ready for Giants pregame.
Mikey Silver, that's fun, man. Also, hey, FP Santanzo just sent me the line score from Kyle Harrison last night. You mentioned it at 5:58 this morning. 4 innings, no hits, 9 Ks.
Woo. Smoking.
You know what I mean?
Nice outing.
Fun.
Yeah,
Fun.
yeah. Kyle Harrison, fun.
All right, Andy Bagley at 6:50 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Fun.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Monday, June 19th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's not really a moving target. It's that only God knows, and it's all estimates. So it depends what quote people have got from me. But, I mean, we're hoping for week 1, and I feel pretty optimistic about that. That's what we're hoping for. He'll be ready to play in week 1, and usually that doesn't mean that's the day he comes back. Usually you got to come before that to make that goal, and that's kind of the goal we're hoping for, and don't have any reason to think differently.
There it is, Waterboy. Well done, too. Well done, because we had referenced... You're going to hear Kyle Shanahan's signature quote coming up here. Only God knows, that Overnight Dave and Waterboy had a lot of fun with this morning on the
God's got all the answers.
Only God knows.
Yeah, totally.
And here's Drake.
Totally.
Here's Drake telling you, it's out of our hands, baby. It's out of our hands.
What does Drake say in this song?
This song is called God's Plan.
Right. What is God's plan? I'd like to know, if you don't mind.
God knows.
You tell me.
No, I'm looking for answers myself. Trust me.
It's the mystery of life, Paul.
Yeah, totally.
It's the mystery of life. And I'll tell you what, I got one answer for you. We're sponsored by Marin Health, your gateway to better health with an exceptional medical center and more than 150 primary and specialty care doctors in clinics throughout the North Bay. I have one other answer for you.
Okay.
So I got lots of answers.
Good. I'm looking for him.
That there will be more conversation about the Giants with Farhan Zaidi with Tolbert and Copes today with the man himself, Farhan Zaidi. Probably, I don't know if you got a quick 2-second Farhan Zaidi tribute.
What, you just want a little piece?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let's just get a little piece. Hold on. Let me one time through.
His name is Farhan Zaidi.
Okay.
And why is he here, you guys?
He came here for you and me.
Well, that's another answer.
The future
By the way,
is all
speaking of broken OpEx, Marcus, I can't stop it. It's broken.
Are you serious?
Yeah, can't stop it. Great gear. You might want to fade it down.
Well, we all win.
Oh. No, I got no control over the board, which is nice for a morning show. Yeah.
How'd it feel doing that?
Felt good. Felt very liberating.
Anyway, Farhan will be on at 4:50 today. 4:50. That's 16:50 military time. 16:50 military time. Okay, so we the Niners. I mean, I know I saw that on the KNBR digital guys are always cutting and clipping us every day, and I saw them cutting and clipping. Tolbert's not a fan of the OTAs. But, that's great. And Tommy's going to be Tommy and that whole deal. And he's right there in the studio right back there.
Right.
But a lot of people love him. A lot of people love talking 49er football.
Murph, what would you rather have? A microphone stand that obstructs your ability to do a good show, or a soundboard which has its own mind at this point, plays what it wants to play?
I got the answer.
Yeah.
I'd rather have the soundboard with its own mind because at least there'll be some laughs coming.
I'm not sure we can count on anything at this point.
Well, we can
I've
count on
never even
laughs.
seen that happen in 17 years. That was crazy. Yeah.
So they're there and they spoke, and Kyle Shanahan, this Brock Purdy story. So the surgery was March 10, right? What was the date of the NFC Championship? Was it January 30 or something
January
like that?
something. No, I don't know if it was quite that late, but it was in late January 20-something maybe.
Buddy. This drama that played out as we all sat there on our couches like idiots. January 29.
Okay, you were
January
close.
29.
Yeah.
So January 29, elbow. March 10, surgery. May 24, Kyle Shanahan.
For week one. And I feel pretty optimistic about that. That's what we're hoping for. He'll be ready to play in week one. And usually that doesn't mean that's the day he comes back. Usually you got to come before that to make that goal. And that's kind of the goal we're hoping for. And don't have any reason to think differently.
Don't have any reason to think differently. So everything's going great. Everything's going great. And, I did the Jock blog last week. Here it comes, the OTAs. Who you got? Who you got? Because we were like, is Sam Darnold going to be the guy? Is Trey Lance going to be the guy? No, all along, it's got to be Brock, right?
Here he is, QB1.
Seems to be the general feeling,
Once
yeah.
again, I ask you, are you 3,000% gold-plated certain that he's the guy?
How certain can you be with this? But on it, that's what I keep saying. Like, yes, but is anybody really 3,000% with you? Because you've barely seen any ball from all these guys. Sam Darnold, again, like I keep saying, for me, it's not that I disregard what he did with the Jets, but I don't take it too seriously. Like, I want to see him in the Kyle system, get a feel for what he can do with this offense. Trey Lance, I have no idea. I think that's fair. We just don't know. So, yeah, from what we know, Murph, I guess we're about as certain as we can be that Brock is the guy.
That's a fair answer.
Yeah.
Did you see any of the video yesterday of Trey?
Yeah, a little bit.
Waterboy, you see that?
Oh, I was all over
Now,
it.
listen, who am I? Tom House?
That's
you know
the
what I mean?
thing,
Like,
yeah.
who am I? All I'm telling Little League kids to do is do the fence drill that Marcus taught me. All right? That's all I'm telling. So it's like, if you're telling me, can I talk about how he's using his lower half? Can I talk about his finger positioning?
Yeah, do it all.
No, I can't.
Oh.
I can't. Who am I? I'm not.
You're Tom House Murph.
The late, great, the Tom Brady's coach from San Mateo. His name was Martinez, I believe. Rest in peace. I think we lost him. Who are some of the great Bill Walsh. Bill Walsh, rest in peace. Some of the great teachers of the throwing of the football ball.
Yeah.
Sid Gilman. All I know is it looked good, and it, to my eye, looked a little quicker. I would say that.
Trey's release and
Yes.
stuff? Okay.
Just to
Well,
my
that's good.
amateur eye.
Yeah.
It looked quicker.
And I'll give a shout out to our girl, Steph Sanchez, who we've had in the Cooler of Content before for doing the Nick Bosa impersonation.
Yeah, very good Nick
She's got
Bosa.
a great clip on her Twitter feed right now comparing Trey Lance in slow motion from 2021 to 2023, and it does look quicker and tighter, Murph.
Okay, very good. So visual, I need to be a visual learner, Paulie, because otherwise I can't, you give me a textbook, I can't tell.
No.
Anyway, Waterboy, the next cut, you played T coming in, right?
Yeah, but it's so good, we should play it again.
Okay, good. Let's hear it.
It's not really a moving target. It's that only God knows, and it's all estimates. So it depends what quote people have got from me. But, I mean, we're hoping for week one. and I feel pretty optimistic about that. That's what we're hoping for. He'll be ready to play in week 1, and usually that doesn't mean that's the day he comes back. Usually you got to come before that to make that goal, and that's kind of the goal we're hoping for, and don't have any reason to think differently.
The only God knows is beautiful, because you remember his famous quote about Jimmy G. Remember that?
We don't even know if we're going to be alive on tomorrow. Right. Which is true.
I love fatalist Kyle.
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, you got to look at every day like it could be your last. That's what they say, Murph. You got to live each day as if there is no tomorrow.
You ever hear that one? They say, live each day as if it'll be your last, and one day you're sure to be right.
And well, not bad. And also, just if we're talking about there's no tomorrow, you got to shout out Apollo Creed. And I'm going to say that's Rocky 3 on the beach. Yeah, there is no tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
So I love
the echo.
Kyle's big picture. Reminds me of, and I don't mean to get too heavy duty here, because it was about the Iraq War when George W. Bush was asked about it. But I like the quote he gave. They said, how will history judge this war? And he said in his own GWA, he goes, history? I don't know. He goes, we'll all be dead. That's what he said.
I thought you were going to say, he said, mission accomplished.
Yeah.
That's a good one, too.
Easy now. History? I don't know. Well, I'm waiting for Kyle to do that. How will this quarterback move be judged? I don't know.
Only God knows.
We'll all be dead.
By the way, you want to hear the craziest thought that just went through my head, Marcus? I was about to say, when George W. Bush dropped that famous mission accomplished cut, he was on an aircraft carrier. Yeah. And I said, you know what? Someday the Murph and Max Show needs to do their show from an aircraft carrier. Hang on a second. We have. Yeah. We've done it. In New York, we did a show on a freaking aircraft carrier, bro.
True.
So George W. Bush has got nothing on the M&M show. I'll tell you that right now.
He's got nothing on us.
The only thing is he can paint and we can't.
Do you want to keep it current? In that Super Mario Brothers movie that I watched yesterday, there was one character that was a very fatalistic character. And every time they were like looking up, this character would say, no, the only relief, the sweet relief is death. And that there is an infinite void of nothingness.
Wow. Is it sweet relief to die?
Yeah, that's what the character was saying.
Okay.
So that's
heavy concepts for a kid's movie.
We're
getting into some heavy stuff now.
Yes. Also, there was a scene where they set it to the song Take On Me by A-ha.
Boy, that thing.
I said out loud, now this is for the parents, not for the kids.
Yeah, well, they do that a lot. They sprinkle the stuff in for the...
to keep us interested.
Yeah,
all right, there you go. Anyway, Kyle, one more. Brock Purdy.
Okay.
Do you share Kyle Shanahan's optimism that you will be ready on week 1?
For sure. I feel good. Arm is feeling good. So to say I'm going to be ready by this time or this time, I just, we're not trying to label any kind of timeline like that. For sure, though, like that's a goal, right? You want to be ready for, the season, and if that's the case, great. But like I said, we're just taking it one day at a time, and don't want to say anything that we regret down the road or whatever. So,
ooh, the caution of a Brock Purdy. One day at a time. Don't want to say anything I might regret. Anyway, it's all good, guys. It's all good. We'll revisit
the guarded optimism of a Brock Purdy.
We'll revisit it during the big hit. But it is time to shift gears and go out to Minneapolis.
Okay.
Where Andy Bagley's with the hottest team in ball.
You ain't kidding, dude. Giant ball. We got morning ball for you coming up, too. This is awesome.
By the way, I said the hottest team in ball. Are they the hottest team in ball?
There got to be one of them, for sure.
Is there another? Because every now and then
7 of 8, that'll
look
work.
around and there's somebody who's ripped off like 10
Marcus,
in a row.
you got to look. What do you got?
Yeah, our guy Dusty Baker and the Houston Astros have won 8 in a row, I believe.
Let's see here. I got him here. Houston Astros.
Well, how about we go one of the
they lost
hottest
last night.
It's over.
It's over.
The streak comes to an end, Murph.
There you go.
So they've also won 8 of 9.
And the Yankees have won 5 in a row.
How about them Yankees?
You're a New York Yankee.
Aaron Judge, big home run last night.
See what he does?
You're still in third place in the East.
Yeah, that
should have been a Giant.
All right. They play some ball in the AL East, Murph.
Very good. All right. Andy Bagley on the new Giants. Reborn, rejuvenated, Paulie, dare I say, purified in the waters of Lake Minnetonka. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Only God knows.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Bags alert. Bags alert.
Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Murph and Mac. Now, sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Hey, Waterboy, you know what I love about this kid? He's willing to open his mind and, like, listen to you. Listen to you listening to the replay.
Straight out of Minnesota
And you
now.
like it, too. I know you like it. Now you're going to add it to your playlist, too.
It's pretty good, Murph. Shout out Tommy Stinson.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station. I don't think there's any city that the Giants or Niners travel to that gets more music sort of buzz than Minneapolis. Because you go Prince,
you know
and you just went Marcy Playground. Now we can go Dylan, and we got. I mean, it's low.
We could go Dylan. Wow,
like
great
per
call.
capita,
Hello.
like kind of per capita. Or I just say like per pound for inch, one of the great music cities.
Stick around for the next segment where we come in with the 11-minute Desolation Row. I'm kidding. We're not doing that.
Andy Baggerly is there. I don't know. Maybe he's toweling off after cannonballing off a dock into Lake Minnetonka. I don't know. Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic, live from Minneapolis. How are you, man?
I'm good. You know, something's just occurring to me. Now, you say that about Minneapolis, and you're 100% right. The AL Central, it's kind of a down-in-the-dumps division a lot of years, right? Mm-hmm. But you got Kansas City with a musical tradition that's
Count
that's
Basie.
obviously fine, right? And then you got Chicago, of course. I mean, all different directions there, but probably go to blues first.
Yep.
And then you got
Cleveland,
Detroit's Motown, and Cleveland's got the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Great music city,
Great music division, yeah.
AL Central. best music division in baseball.
Hands down. We just proved it.
I got to think.
Yeah.
I got to think.
Hands
yeah.
down.
I want you to somehow work that into a story in the future. That'll be great. That's really fun. Well, listen, I mean, Minnesota's treating the Giants well. I mean, my goodness, that's a good team they're playing too, right, Andy? I mean, this is sort of a, I don't want to say measuring stick, and the Twins aren't exactly like King Kong World Series favorites, but they're a good winning ball club, and the Giants have won the series.
Well, I think the Twins had got off to a good start because they're just pitching really, really well, especially the rotation. I mean, Sonny Gray entered as the Major League ERA leader, and the way you beat Sonny Gray is kind of by what the Giants did, which is, maybe you can't get to him a whole bunch, but you just make him throw a lot of pitches whenever you can. And he got to past 100 pitches and didn't get it out in the sixth inning, and then the bullpen's been where you try to beat the Twins, and then that's in a lot of ways it's reminiscent of the ways the Giants lost games. They'd have a starter who maybe didn't get hit around, but get him out of the game, and then other teams have gotten to the Giants bullpen. So yeah, that's the way the Giants definitely won the game yesterday, and they've played really good baseball in a lot of ways. They've addressed a lot of the deficiencies that we saw in April, a lot of the things that were holding them back. They kind of have fixed a little bit here and there, and they kept doing the things that they were doing well. Whether it's Lamont Wade Jr. continuing to get on base, or J.D. Davis continuing to play good defense at third base. It's translated to a pretty good streak, and here they are back sort of level at 500.
Good stuff with Andy Bagley as they go early today, 10-10. Anthony DeSclafani, Tony D against Marin County's own Joe Ryan, the Drake High Pirate, now Archie Williams Peregrine Falcon for you Marin County High School trivia buffs. But you said doing things better or improving things that needed improving. And you mentioned the strikeout, or in your story, you mentioned the strikeout rate. I hate to throw David Villar into the bus, but that's one of the reasons is getting him out of the lineup. And you also mentioned Blake Sable's improved approach and Conforto.
Okay. I'm going to blow your mind. Are you ready?
Okay,
you already have your mind blown?
Yeah.
Totally.
All right. Blake Sable, OPS versus right-handed pitching, 927. Shohei Ohtani, OPS, 912. Against right-handed pitching.
There it is. Blake Sable for MVP.
Okay.
There it is.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, this guy, you can see it. This guy's approach has improved.
Right, Bags?
What? Sorry. What was that? I missed that.
Oh, okay. No.
I was saying you can see and discuss the improved approach of a Blake Sable.
The improved approach.
Yeah.
Improved approach. Yeah, you cut out for a second. Sorry about that. No, you know what? He was striking out a ton. He still strikes out a lot, but I think the Giants felt that, hey, we're going to stick with this kid because he makes good swing decisions and he doesn't chase a ton. His chase rate's a little bit better than league average. And the biggest thing is he's aggressive in zone and he hits mistakes. That's one thing that he has done pretty consistently is when he has gotten mistakes in zone, especially balls. He's punished them and he's hit them hard. And that's why, when they were missing Jock Peterson here for probably this whole road trip, that's a big loss for this team. And they haven't really felt it too much because Sable's picked up a lot of that slack as a guy who they're DHing, hitting his highest fifth in a lot now. So, I think you gotta, it's only 2 months. It's not a massive sample. But it is funny to think about because, fans got very excited, rightly so, with Casey Schmidt coming up and making the immediate impact he did, with Pat Bailey coming up, making the immediate impact he did. And maybe people forget because he was a Rule 5 pick, or they forget, he did get off to a rough start and it's looked rough behind the plate at times. But Blake Sable's a rookie too. He's bringing a lot of that rookie energy, and he's, obviously you look up and he's making an impact with what he's doing with the bat.
It's a great point. I mean, he was not a farmhand, so you don't think of him as the farm movement, but you probably should think of him as farm movement. So in the 1986, you got to like these kids analogy, you add him to Schmidt and Bailey.
It's funny. I was talking to Jeremy Shelley, who's the ranking executive on this group. He's been with us forever, somebody who you can start talking about players in another system, and he just knows all the names. He rattles them off. I think he probably could name the entire inventory of professional ball players without looking at a spreadsheet. And we were talking about the Tampa Bay Rays, and he said one thing that you forget about the Rays is that they don't draft and or sign a lot of their players. A lot of the players, even in the lower levels of their minor league system, are guys that they acquire from elsewhere. They've got several players that you think, well, where do these guys come from? And they traded for them. They found them in the lower levels of other systems. And he's like, that's just one way to get players in your system. You don't have to necessarily draft everybody who's a prospect or sign everybody who becomes a prospect for you. You can find other ways to acquire players too. And a lot of times it's creatively. A lot of times it's by asking for the right guys as throw-ins and trades. And a lot of times it's just it's the Rule 5 draft. It's looking for ways that teams are maxed out and need to make a move with their roster, and the Rays are not immune to that. I mean, when you have a lot of those players in your system, you're going to have your own problems. When it comes to leaving somebody aside when it's time to protect players for the Rule 5 draft. That's how the Giants were able to trade for a Brett Wisely, who hasn't really put it together with a bat yet, but has played really, really good defense and at a couple critical spots, and that's been another reason that the Giants have gotten off to this really good run is they're just catching the ball. They're actually fifth in the majors now in outs above average, and that I don't think we could have seen that coming, especially even a month into the season.
It's really interesting, and the Jeremy Shelley stuff is really, really cool. And yeah, I mean, you're right. So that's kind of what Farhan has been doing, right? And we've yet to find the guy. That said, the easy stuff for fans to connect to is the homegrown stuff, and that stuff still works. So if we can ask you about, we haven't talked to you since Bailey got called up. We obviously talked about Schmidt, and we've decided, by the way, he's not going to hit 440. So everybody should just chill out until he gets to 280. That's our call right now. If he can just settle into 280, that's our. So, I mean, isn't that kind of maybe what the Giants are thinking he kind of is?
Are you talking about Bailey or Schmidt?
Well, I kind of switched halfway through the question to Schmidt in that sense that, he's going to cool off right now, but the Giants still expect him to be an upper 200s type guy in batting. I know they don't look at batting average, but, he should be that guy who hits around 280, shouldn't he?
I mean, I think he's probably somebody who needs to hit for a little bit of a robust average. He's probably not going to generate a lot of his on base, by walking. I think of all major league players that have 50 plate appearances, and we're talking, 350 plus players at this point. Nobody swings more often than Casey Schmidt. He's got like a 66% swing rate, which is kind of crazy high. It doesn't sound high, but it is. So he swings. He's going to swing the bat, and that's going to lead to some really good outcomes, and it's going to lead to some really not so favorable outcomes. And over time, I think it's going to be something that major league pitchers will absolutely look to exploit. I think the Giants know that. I think he knows that. They don't want to change who he is or his identity as a hitter, but when he starts to expand is when he'll get in trouble. So he came off the bench as a pinch hitter last night. I'd imagine maybe a decent chance he's in there today. And, they know that there's going to be some struggle here. But what they also know is, he's still aggressive in zone. And I think he's got a good chance to, make an impact on mistakes or pitches he can drive. And all the while, even if he's not getting those pitches, even if he's pitched really tough, he's going to contribute something with the glove. I mean, there's just no, when you see him throw across the diamond, it's eye-opening. It really is. He made a play on Byron Buxton the other day, and he probably needed to throw it 94 miles an hour across the diamond to get him, and he did. And there's no denying that, and that probably is not going to be something that varies from day to day. And it's going to be no doubt a contribution to help this team win, because I think we've seen it. When you start leaking oil defensively, then your pitchers have to throw more pitches. They get out of the game earlier. You're bringing in maybe the back-end bullpen guys, which, at least to start the year have not been super successful. Giants really haven't found anybody who could kind of be a plug-the-leak kind of a guy in that bullpen yet. And that's when things start going sideways. So, tighten up the defense is one way that I think this team has started to play better baseball, and Casey Schmidt's a big part of that.
Good stuff. And so back to the original guy I was going to ask about, and that's we haven't talked to you since the call-up of Pat Bailey.
Yeah.
And we had him on the show yesterday. It was really good to get to know him and all that. But kind of the big picture thing from Andy Baggerly of The Athletic, who's joining us here from Minnesota, early Giants baseball today at 10:10. Big picture, is this here to stay? And Joey Bart is now backup status. I know things can change with injuries and things like that, but in general, is this the move?
I mean, Gabe Kapler said it. He said he's not up here to be a fill-in. So, I got to think that if Patrick Bailey shows that he's the best catcher on this team, I think you're going to see the Giants roll with him. And, obviously, like you said, you don't cut bait on anybody. You don't, give up any of your depth. Joey Bart is somebody who still has minor league options. And if it comes to that, and they have to send him to AAA because they feel Bailey's a better catcher on their major league staff, then I don't think they would hesitate to do that. But obviously that would be something that would be difficult. It'd be a difficult conversation. It'd be a difficult look, really, frankly, for the Giants to do that to a guy, who was a number 2 overall pick. But, I think that you almost have to let go of that. You almost have to let go of where a guy was drafted because that limits you. Limits you both ways. You can give too much platform to somebody who, when you've got a better option, if that somebody has draft pedigree, or you can maybe not give an opportunity to somebody who doesn't have that draft pedigree. I mean, it's I think the Giants are pretty good about kind of taking those labels off, and the fact that they gave so much runway to Blake Sable is I think probably a good testament to that. I mean, he's a Rule 5 pick that wouldn't be on a lot of rosters right now, especially given the upheaval the Giants have had at the captain position, losing Roberto Perez so early. I really thought that if you told me what Blake Sable's numbers were at the end of April, I would say, well, there's no way he's going to be on this team on May 1. But that I don't know if that answers the question, but I think there's a pretty good chance if Patrick Bailey plays well, then he's going to be sort of master of his own destiny here.
Definitely does. Last 2 guys to ask you about Andy Bagley. One is Conforto, and obviously we're seeing it. I think the numbers are 6 homers or 5 homers in 12 games.
He's in a groove, yeah.
333, 14 ribs. I'm already thinking, this is crazy.
What?
I'm already thinking that he has an opt-out, right? But I'm wondering, this is a crazy question to ask on May 24, but what the hell? We're just chewing the fat, right? But he will opt out if he continues to play well, right? But I was wondering, why could the Giants be the team that signs him? Is that kind of one of Farhan's ideas? I guess that would be the question I'm asking is, when he gives these guys these opt-outs after 1 year, and Conforto has a good year and opts out, there's no rule that says the Giants can't be the team that goes and gets him to a longer-term deal, right?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, no question. I think we've seen it mostly with, a lot of the pitchers who have performed well or used their platform with the Giants, whether it be Kevin Gausman, Carlos Rodon. You kind of knew there was no shot just because it just isn't a track record for Farhan Zaidi-led administration to sign a pitcher to that 5-year deal or whatever it would have taken to bring those guys back. But they definitely have. They didn't sign Carlos Correa. They didn't sign Aaron Judge. They still have a lot of flexibility near term to long term with their payroll, and they got to get somebody to take their money, and they spread it around. They spread it around, but they're definitely going to be in the market for some of the bigger free agents, and if they feel that Michael Conforto's skills will age well, and his market isn't something crazy like a 7-year deal, then absolutely, I think they would be in the conversation. But you're right. It's really, really early to gauge that.
Yeah, I know.
And we'll have to see just how he progresses this year and what the numbers and his health look like at the end of the season.
Just to jump ahead of myself, I'm looking ahead. They have according to Spot Rack, it's 150. Do you have their payroll this year at 152? What do you have it at? I mean, what number do you go with?
It depends on what you're trying to get at. I mean, if you're trying to get at what their payroll is subject to the luxury tax threshold, it's a lot different because you're looking at the your average annual value for every player. That can be a lot different than what the actual cash payroll is this year. So they're a little closer to that luxury tax threshold, which I forget it off the top of my head.
233, if I'm looking at it right, is that right?
Yeah. They're a little closer to it than you'd think, even though their cash payroll is quite a bit lower. And they've got then you've got a Ross Stripling is a good example, or Sean Manaea. They signed the same contract. Their salary this year, I believe, is $7 million. They got another $7 million signing bonus or something, and then their salary next year that they can walk away from if they opt out is $12.5. So Mitch Haniger, I think he's backloaded quite a bit. So it's very, very different to see what their cash payroll is versus what their luxury tax payroll is. So yeah, that's I don't. But there's a pretty big gap between those two numbers.
If I'm looking at this correctly, according to payroll, according to Spot Rack, the 233 is the competitive balance tax, and they're actually at 223 if you add in, if I'm reading the numbers right here. So you're right. They are a lot closer because of those various factors. Last one for you, Andy, is on Doval, Camilo Doval. There's a quote here from Alex Cobb after the game where he said he just screams closer. And that we're starting to get that vibe. Like, I don't want to say he's like upper crust elite guy in the league just yet, but it seems like he has the potential to go there, and it seems like he's really asserting himself. What are you hearing and seeing about Camilo Doval's rise as the closer?
Well, I think one of the big tests of a closer is, hey, when a team is going well, they need you. You're pitching more, and you got to be ready to handle the workload and be consistent from outing to outing. And those are the best closers, the ones that you can just count on, where it's not what are we going to get this time kind of a situation. And, when you see him on, it's just, like Gabe Kapler said, he's close to unhittable. It's going to be a short inning like it was last night. And when he hasn't been as on, give the catchers a lot of credit too. Joey Bart had one game where he had to make a couple mound visits, 2 of them in a row with, I believe, Yordan Alvarez at the plate in Houston. They made sure they didn't get a pitch clock violation. They made sure they got on the same page and got through that inning. Had his best command. He still found a way to shut the door, and that's, I think, what you see with the closers who are really, really good year in and year out. They find a way to be consistent, be dependable, even if there is a little variance in their stuff. And for the most part, there hasn't been a lot of variance in the stuff either. He has shown a really good ability to maintain and be diligent in his routines. He's in there blasting his Norteño music and working out in the gym after he got the save last night. So just see a guy who's settling in, who seems really comfortable and obviously is confident in himself. And those are all just great ingredients to somebody who can be really good at this job for a long, long time. And 101 mile an hour cutter doesn't hurt either.
No, that's not going to hurt. Nope.
No, you're right. Close to unhittable, man. Hey, man, listen, a lot of interesting stories from Bailey and Schmidt to Conforto's rise to, the bullpen to, this team kind of climbing back to 500. So on to Milwaukee, short flight for you. That's easy. Maybe even you're not driving, are you, Andy? No.
I looked at that. I thought, I can drive this. It's still like 6 hours. It's a good haul.
Yeah, that's a couple bags of Funyuns and some cassette tapes.
Do like an Easy Rider thing. Yeah.
Stop for some cheese curds. And exactly.
So I wouldn't rule it out yet, Andy.
It's America.
You know what I mean?
Well, I am flying. But I did my broadcasting stint in the Big Ten when I was a student at Northwestern. So I've definitely made the drive around the Great Lakes states enough times.
That's pretty fun. All right. Look forward to the next conversation. We'll keep reading you in The Athletic. Thank you.
Look forward to it. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Yeah, that sounds actually kind of appealing to me right now, to drive from Minneapolis to Milwaukee.
Dude, that's one of the
bags of Funyuns and some cassette tapes.
One of the more underrated negatives about kind of growing older in life is when you get kids and you got jobs, you coach Little League, you got all this stuff going on. Kind of does away with the road trip possibilities.
You
where
are
you
100% correct.
Back in the day, Murph would be like, you know what? The Dead are at RFK this weekend. You guys want to? Let's just go. Let's go. You just jump in and start driving.
Why don't we bring back the spontaneous road trip?
Who's driving?
Why don't we bring back?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'll roll them
That's
up.
That's why one of our best field trips ever, our best Murph and Mac trips ever was the road trip to L.A.
Which one of you two is the dancer? I'll leave it at
that. We got Mike Krukow, the big hit on the 49ers, early Giants baseball at 10:10, pregame at 9:10. Murph and Mac on a Wednesday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yes!
All right, everybody. Paulie Mac saying good morning and thank you so much for listening to Murph and Mac today. My buddy Steve Moskowitz going to join us now. He's great. He talks about ERC benefits for business owners, among other things, all kinds of tax advice and great suggestions. So, Steve, good morning. We're working our way through this week. What are we talking about today, my friend?
Good morning, Paulie. And we have a follow-up from yesterday on ERC. That's where the federal government is giving away up to $26,000 for every employee that you had through 2020 and 21 that qualifies. And remember yesterday we were talking about a client said, well, his CPA said he didn't qualify. because his gross revenue didn't go down enough. And he said, prove it to me. And I sent over the Irish publication.
Yeah.
I had a meeting with them yesterday.
Nice.
And the CPA started with, you don't qualify because. And I said, well, look at this. And we went over the Irish publication together. You know what the CPA's response was?
What?
And I quote, oh. He just wasn't familiar with it. And I don't blame him because a lot of CPAs haven't gotten into this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime deal, but there was hundreds of thousands of dollars for the client involved here.
Right.
That's why I'm stressing this. If your CPA said you don't qualify for ERC, let's see if you qualify under the alternative method. Not everybody does, of course, but if you do, and a lot of people that didn't have the drop in gross revenue qualify under one of the other categories, let's see if you do, and if you do, let's get that to which you're legally entitled.
I love it. No, see, Steve, I can vouch for Steve Moskowitz. Not only is he a friend of mine, he's a good guy. You can trust him, and that's important when you're talking about your money and your taxes. So let him go to work for you. He will do the heavy lifting that others won't. It's 1-888 tax deal. Give him a call, and visit Steve online as well at MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We want to thank everybody for coming out, rooting on the A's. It's going to be a great day at the ballpark. We also want to say a special shout out to our Eat, Learn, Play kids and our Eat, Learn, Play Foundation. This is our 3rd year anniversary, so to spend it here, day at the ballpark means a lot. So we're very excited about today. Everybody have fun. Let's go A's.
All right, there he is, Steph Curry. You're like, wait, what? What kind of rejoin is that? We'll explain in just a second here, but any excuse to drop cool in the game. Did I see the A's just got off to the worst start since the 1932 Red Sox?
Those poor bastards. I got to tell you the truth. I had a moment of clarity with the Oakland A's last night. So after the Giant game, somewhere probably, I think it was probably during halftime of the basketball game, I went over, which I don't do very often. I got to be honest. I haven't watched a lot of A's ball, but I went over to check out the A's last night. They were up in Seattle. Some dude was in the box. I've never heard of this guy. Like, I was like, is this guy, did they just find him like in the parking lot? I don't even know who their players are.
Their lineup, like name 5 A's.
I could just make stuff up.
Esteri Ruiz.
That's the guy I saw taking that bat. That's crazy.
He's their guy.
Yeah.
He's their prospect.
They still got Ramon Laureano.
They do?
They got Laureano.
Yeah.
Who's that kid who throws 100?
Mason Miller, but now he's on the IL with an elbow injury.
Boy, it's tough over there.
Jet Lowry still there?
No, Murph, he's gone.
How about Chapman? Is he around?
How about Sonny Gray last night?
How about Chavez?
He once wore the green and gold.
Yeah.
He wore the white cleats.
Shout out to Sonny Gray, and we also saw Jesus Luzardo pitching for the Marlins on Sunday. That's another former A.
Okay,
yeah, they should have like a former A's anonymous like player group where they all have like a group WhatsApp chat or something and just like, hey, man, remember we were in Oakland? Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I do.
Bums me out.
Yeah. Have you guys seen Matt Chapman up in Toronto having an MVP type season?
Well, is he? I missed that.
He is tearing the ball up.
Good to know that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I got to bone up.
No, go ahead. What do you got? You got A's stuff?
I'm upset about the lack of box scores, and I can't.
What do you need?
Well, I just can't bone up as much because the Chronicle, I guess all they get is the East Coast box scores in. So
that's all. It's as far as they go.
Yeah. Let me give you, let me check right here. Blue Jays, did they play yesterday, Waterboy?
Dude, they put up 20 runs on the Tampa Bay Rays.
Toronto 20, Tampa Bay 1.
A 20 spot.
Let's see here. Brandon Belt went 2 for 5. He's up to 264. Oh, he's hot because he was down on the interstate for a while.
Well, they also played like 3 innings batting off position players. So I don't know if any of those hits came off of a position player.
Chapman last night hit his 7th bomb. He went 2 for 5, 3 ribs. He's in 302.
Yeah, he's having a really good year.
Well, that's not MVP just yet there, buddy.
Oh, I'll take that back. He's having his best season in Toronto.
Well, how many bombs does Conforto have? Because he's got more.
Got 10.
Yeah, he's got more than Chapman.
In fact,
I don't know what you're talking about.
We got to put the stamp on them. Why don't we do that right now?
I'm waiting here. Yeah, patiently.
Kai Correa calls Rob Manfred. Thank you very much.
You're going to say Adam Silver. You got basketball in the brain.
Rob Manfred says, I'm getting, as they said in the old musical, was it My Fair Lady, Getting to Know You? Or is that South
Getting
Pacific?
to Know You.
Paulie knows it.
I know the track.
Getting to know all
I know a lot of
about
weird
you.
tracks.
And he's getting to like you.
I think I do that one with the Allmans Band. Maybe we can work it in.
With dads who liked Broadway musicals, all right?
Getting to know
I think it was
you.
South Pacific, by the way.
For God's sake.
Shout out Sam Spear,
You know
Bush
what I mean?
Berry,
Yeah,
and
all our
the
guys
ones who are coming right now. But anyway,
that was funny.
He says, I'm getting to know you.
Yeah.
Yes, I am. Put it in the book. San Francisco Giants 4, Minnesota Twins 3.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Bang the spatula. Bang it. And here comes the Broadway Mafia. I apologize. 415-774-415. The King and I. The King and I.
You know.
And the reason why we should know that is because Yul Brynner was the man from The King and I, and he's the guy who threw out the first pitch in 1983, and then Mike Krukow went out and only lasted an inning and a third, and Frank Robinson came out and said to him on the mound, Yul Brynner had better S than you did. is what he said. The famous Mike Krukow story.
He'll give you that one on opening day. Yeah,
I like that story.
I do too.
By the way, while we
it's a tradition.
Stay in the East Bay for the A's. 2 tickets to see Rob Zombie, Alice Cooper, Ministry, and Filter at Bone Bash 19.
Hell yeah.
At Concord Pavilion, September 22, coming up later in the show.
You never gave me Jesus Built My Hot Rod yesterday. I'm still waiting.
But he gave
for
you the
Ministry.
replacements, though.
Jesus Built My Blanket Hot Rod. I'm ready for it.
So we have one little quick segment here to
We got
go
to stamp
over.
something else, though, I think, real quick from the game last night, right?
Mikey Conforto?
Yeah, I was waiting around.
Number 10.
Bombs away.
Thank you very much. What a story for Steph Curry. He just
What else is there left for this guy to do? Maybe cure cancer? Beyond that, I don't know what else. Go to space, fly a rocket ship?
Here we go. Vito Corleone, Governor Curry, Senator Curry. Is that what we want? I have high hopes for you, son.
That's the best.
He won the 2022-2023 Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Social Justice Champion Award.
I never wanted this for you.
For his work in voter registration. I didn't want the basketball.
Great call. Senator Curry. Dr. Curry.
He was recognized for his work in voter registration and education, for providing opportunities to underrepresented groups.
Yeah.
His lifestyle brand Underrated provides access to college recruiters, sports agents, and industry leaders for underrepresented groups. His Eat, Learn, Play nonprofit, which is what Waterboy played as the rejoin. Thank you.
True.
His nonprofit has provided over 2 million meals and 500,000 books to Oakland kids. And he also selected USF's Institute for Nonviolence and Social Justice to receive $100,000 from the NBA on his behalf. This guy's ridiculous. And so the man himself, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who was a strong presence in the turbulent 60s,
big time,
sticking up for his civil rights,
big time,
came on TV last night, and he congratulated Steph.
Hey, Steph, it's Cap here. On behalf of the entire NBA family, I want to congratulate you because you are the winner of the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Social Justice Champion Award. It couldn't have been anybody else but you, boss. All of the things that you've done. Let's start with your support for historically black colleges and universities, or your voter registration program, or your community safety program. All of these things have made a real difference, and we're proud of you. And what you've done is just the top of what we think is important for people who want to help their community. So keep up the good work, boss. You're a champion on and off the court, and we couldn't feel better about the choice that we made. All the best.
That's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar talking right there, man.
Or as he
Curry
called
boss.
himself, Cap.
Yeah, and then calling Curry boss twice.
Twice, Paulie.
Yeah,
2 times.
boss.
So Steph Curry, after getting the award from Cap.
Love this.
Short for captain, of course.
Yep.
Pat Riley would call him that.
No doubt. You know what he called Magic, right?
Buck.
Yep.
Yeah. Buck. He says Irvin to his friends, Buck to his teammates.
Yeah.
But here's Steph after winning the Social Justice Award.
It's the ultimate honor, obviously, with the award named after him and his life's work that he's still continuing to add to, and what he stood for as a basketball player, as a human being, as a citizen of this great country. His civil rights work, his mission to support black empowerment throughout the country, racial equality efforts, has been felt throughout decades, and now to have this award to honor that, and obviously in his name, it means a lot. So to hear that from him, first person is pretty special, and it just gives me more inspiration to keep doing what I'm doing on hopefully my life's work that I'm just getting started. So it's pretty special.
I mean, just can't say enough. I mean, the guy has a full-time job where he's in the gym and trying hard to study and break down film and do everything he can. He's got a family.
Probably getting up 300 to 400 shots a day, meanwhile, as well.
And he's out here truly using his platform to
He's
make
amazing.
the world a better place.
He really is an inspiration. Kidding aside, Steph Curry is a really special human being. Not only is an athlete, but all of this stuff we're listening to, the work he does in the community, all you can do is applaud him.
I don't have to say. The guy's he's the advanced form of life.
No, like I say, it's like when you go to the dealer and you say, give me the Curry model fully loaded.
Give me
all the extras.
Give me the Curry model of human.
I want the inflatable seats. I want everything.
And by the way, he wants a championship next year, too.
Yeah, big time. He does.
All right. Well, congratulations to Steph Curry. And great to hear Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, too.
Awesome.
All right. The Power Hour starts with Mike Krukow from talking about this Giants team that got back to 500.
Yeah.
We've been talking about him a lot today.
Let's get this sweep, man. Let's just go bring out the brooms today. Why not?
We're doing pregame at 9:10.
Yeah.
They're doing good. And we'll talk about it with Kruk. Next on the Sports Leader.
Murph and Mac, this is Stephen Curry here. Just want to say thank you for the acknowledgement and the honor of the Bay Area Athlete of the Year.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Monday, June 19th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high. He hits it deep. It's out of here. Adios, pelota. Gone.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. NorCal Honda Dealers Race to Save is on. Race in now for winning deals on every model.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, look at these guys. They're winning ball games, and they're doing it on the road, too, against a decent team, the Twins, against good pitchers.
Yeah.
Giants won 4-3 yesterday, a comeback win, down 3-0.
Love it.
Lots of stuff to talk about between Conforto and grinding out pitches and the bullpen and going for a sweep today.
Let's
with
go.
Anthony DeSclafani against Marin County's own Joe Ryan. It's kind of fun and exciting for the North Bay crowd. That's at 10:10 first pitch, 9:10 pregame. And more Giants baseball after the game. Farhan Zaidi himself, who's riding a wave right now, will join Tolbert and Copes at 4:50 this afternoon, 16:50 military time. Check them out. Mike Kruko, good morning. Mike, happy Win Wednesday, man. How you doing?
Yeah, are you kidding me? This is so much fun to watch, and I'm doing great. We go back to that series in Arizona. They're coming out playing pretty good ball, and then everything kind of just came to a head. You got exposed, which is what a major league season will do to a team. If you have warts, you will get exposed. If you're not playing good defense, it'll cost you games. If you're not successful out of the bullpen, you're not going to win games, and you're going to have your heart broken. And that's what happened in that 4-game series. Giants lost 3 games after winning the first one. And then the magic happened. They came back home. The defense got better. The bullpen got better. And now all of a sudden you get key guys in the lineup hot, and very quietly everybody starts to believe. And it's the coolest thing when it happens to a team, because it starts off with just a little bit of a spark, and all of a sudden it just intensifies into this big boulder rolling down the mountain, and you start winning series. Phillies. Then you win against a really good Marlins team. And now you roll into Minneapolis, and you're taking on 3 aces, and you've already won the series. How have you won the series? It's the same resounding theme. Good D, good bullpen, great starting pitching, and now you're getting to get contribution up and down the lineup. This has really been fun for me to watch, and I think we're all enjoying it.
7-1 in their last 8 since they got home, sweeping the Phillies, 2 of 3 from the Marlins, first 2 from Minnesota. After this, go to Milwaukee. By the way, good news, Logan Webb, whose back was a concern, will make his start tomorrow.
That is good news.
So he avoided that kind of thing. And then come home to face the Pirates on Memorial Day. And then after that, the hot Orioles are in after that. So anyway, just a lot of fun stuff to talk about. And Mike, we always start with pitching. And Cobb and Sonny Gray. And the Twins can pitch it. We were talking to Kipe about this yesterday. This guy, Bailey Ober, and then Sonny Gray, and now Joe Ryan. These are all really, really good pitchers, but the Giants grinded it out. This is the old, kind of that, I don't want to say Moneyball approach. It's just a good approach, right? Because the way they got Sonny Gray out of the game, Mike, was they grinded up the pitch count, right?
And I thought 2 of the most significant at-bats were from the rooks. You had Patrick Bailey getting a bases-loaded walk. I mean, this is a situation you had to get something. You're down 3-0. Bases loaded, nobody out. And now all of a sudden there's 2 outs, and you haven't put anybody across the plate. And then there's a walk by Bailey, and then there's a walk by Bryce Johnson. They get 2. And I just thought those were great at-bats. They were everything to do with bringing momentum back into their dugout. And that's just good baseball. How do you beat good teams? Man, you got to grind. And you don't make 90-foot mistakes. You take advantage of 90-foot mistakes. And the Twins made 2 with the walks. And it wound up being the difference in the game.
Yeah, for sure. And then, of course, they get the big bop from Mike Conforto. And, we'll just continue to talk about this guy. It was clear, Mike, the first month, getting back into speed. And then, Alex Cobb has a quote saying, it's fast. The game moves fast. And he missed the entire 2022 season. So, boy, oh boy, that opposite field approach, Mike. And that's what we started noticing when they started winning, was that they're going opposite field, right? Yep. And he hit that ball to left center last night.
Nice.
Yeah, they say it every day in the batting cage, let the ball travel, let the ball get in deep, which simply means use the other side of the field. But you think about Conforto, he was the darling of New York. The fans loved him, homegrown product, had great potential, and that was that swing. I mean, you have to fall in love with that swing, even when he's not swinging. I mean, he's not hitting. I mean, the swing's good. Maybe even his strikeouts look good. So that swing just says, you need to be patient. You need to wait. And now, all of a sudden, our patience is being rewarded, and we're seeing a lot of backspin opposite gap hits that are, in the last 2 days carrying over the wall. That's a pretty special at bat, and that's an at bat that not only ignites the player, but it ignites the players around him, because you're seeing a guy put a perfect swing on a ball and backspin the opposite gap, and hitters. They're all hunters. That's what they do. They go up there and they hunt a pitch. They hunt a fastball, whatever. And that's how they talk. They talk in terms of, they're out on a hunt. And then when one guy lights it up, everybody starts to get hard nipples. And everybody's this guy go, oh, this is so much fun. And now they're hitting the ball the other way with backspin in the opposite gap. It's just the way hitters are. They're freakish that way. It's gang mentality. Yeah. And right now, Conforto has lit everybody up.
Yeah, and I just can't wait for his next at bat and can't wait for him to get going. One of these sort of questions, the good question to have is like Jock Peterson's due back pretty soon. I mean, they'll figure it out, right? But he steps in as your DH, right? Blake Sable actually was the DH last night. But I mean, when Jock comes back, you're gonna have a lot of bats, But I guess good first world problem, right?
What a wonderful problem to have. I mean, if that's your worry, you're in a good place.
Yeah.
But, look, they're back at 500, and that's a huge significance given, what happened to this team early on. April, they had a lot of injuries, but they persevered through it. They kept a positive attitude. The staff kept them going. Gabe kept them going. And now all of a sudden, here it comes. They are correcting the problems, and that's what a team looks at. They look at, okay, well, we see the problems. Does the front office see the problems? Well, they do. And when a problem gets corrected, when a defense tightens up, when a bullpen gets fixed, now everybody from within thinks, okay, here we go. And when they get on a run, like they're on, 7-1 against really good teams, they believe in it. It's not something that's a fake hustle. It's solid. It's something that's sound that you can rely upon and that you can take forward into games against good teams, and you can have a chance to win and have a belief that you're going to win, and that's really powerful. Look, their schedule this year. This new scheduling is so freaking cool. No longer do you play 19 times within your own division every team, where you're going to get, even if you have a 500 team, you're still going to get 15 to 20 games that are relatively games that you should be heavily favored to win. Well, you don't feel that way anymore with this new schedule. There's a challenge every time you go to a new series, and it just, you get into that mentality that you have to play consistent good baseball if you're going to survive, and that's what they're doing right now, and that's what we're all seeing, and that's what we're all loving to see.
Yeah, really, really fun. And again, you don't have to wait long for today. 10:10 first pitch, 9:10 pregame. Paulie and I will do it. Anthony DeSclafani against Joe Ryan. Mike, we just talked to Andy Baggerly about this, and we mentioned him. And, I just wanted to spend a moment on Camilo Doval. Gabe used the phrase, when he's on, he's borderline unhittable. Now, these are big league hitters, Mike. They're not afraid of velocity, and you've told us that a million times. They'll
turn on it, yeah.
But Alex Cobb was saying, this guy just screams closer. And I'm thinking, my question is kind of multi-parted of A, what are you seeing in his development? B, does he even remind, I'm trying to come up with a comp. I kind of go back to maybe Lee Smith back in the day. Was he throwing kind of just a guy you just didn't want to see on the mound? I mean, Mariano was just the cutter.
Yeah, surgeon.
Hoffman was the changeup. I'm not comparing this guy to Hall of Famers, but I'm just sort of marveling at what we're seeing with Doval. What are you seeing?
Well, stuff-wise, he's pretty unique. I was with the Cubs when we brought Lee Smith up, and initially they started him, and then he went into the bullpen. But this was a bullpen that had, we were so loaded, it was ridiculous. We had Bruce Sutter and Dick Tidrow, and we had Willie Hernandez, and we had Bill Cottle, and we had Lee Smith. It was just, it was a scary bunch of arms down there. And, that's two Hall of Famers right there with Suter and Lee Smith. And Lee Smith wasn't even in the pen. He was a rotation guy. But he was not a comfortable at bat because he threw hard. He had late movement, basically a two-pitch guy, fastball, slider. But every once in a while, he'd uncork one, and he had no clue where it was going, which is kind of like Doval. And Doval's out there, and, he'll throw something at 102 miles an hour that you think, good God, thank you, I wasn't in the right-handed batter's box because that would have taken my ear off.
Yeah.
And he's got that sinker that when that thing is on, it's unhittable, right? Well, now he's tightened up the slider. So he's got three weapons that are above average. Plus, he's got that little bit of aloofness, I guess is the best word to say it, where he'll forget what the top pitch clock is going, or he'll balk, or he'll forget to cover a base, or he'll forget how many outs there are. Literally, we saw all that in one outing.
Yeah.
that happened.
Yeah.
So if you're facing a guy that throws that hard and he's a little spacey, that's a rough stand-in when you're in that batter's box, because you just don't know. Every once in a while, he just might uncork 104
yeah.
and, take me out. I mean, so based on all those things are good things.
Yeah.
But from a stuff perspective, I asked Gabe Kapler about this two-seam fastball is really a good pitch. Are you going to teach him a split or a circle change? He goes, no. You're looking at what he's got. The two fastballs and a slider, go get him. And that's basically where he's at right now. They're not clouding the beachfront. They're just letting this guy go out there with those three because they feel that the three that he has are unhittable. Now it's just a matter of consistency and controlling the moment, but he seems to be progressing every time he goes out there. He looks a little more comfortable. And like they say, I mean, when he's on, he's unhittable, and I absolutely 100% believe that.
Yeah, I mean, these are big league hitters that he's kind of burying right now, and he's just what is he? Oh, he's 6'2". He looks taller than 6'2", doesn't he? He's listed 6'2".
Yeah, but I think the shoulders have everything to do with it. He's broad-shouldered. I mean, he's got a great athletic frame on him.
Yeah.
And if you watch him run out there when he's doing his workout before a game, I mean, it's just a beautiful stride. It really reminds me of I can't think of his name. Who's the big left-hander that used to pitch with the Yankees with
CC
Kansas City?
Sabathia? No, Aroldis Chapman?
The closer.
Yeah, Aroldis Chapman.
Chapman, right.
You used to watch Aroldis Chapman run from line to line, and it was gorgeous. It was like watching a thoroughbred. He was just so beautiful in his stride. And Doval's the same way. I mean, he just has this natural athleticism that is beautiful to watch. And now he takes it out there. All this from a high sidearm delivery, which that's another thing about him. I mean, he's kind of spooky in that regard because the high sidearm is, and we talked about that the other day, not many guys have great pinpoint command. There aren't that many Dennis Eckersleys walking around, but Doval, you put the whole package together, and I'm glad he's got a Giants uniform on.
Yeah, he signed, by the way, with the Giants as a free agent in 2015 when he was 17, 18 years old. So credit to that scout who found him as a teenager, and then he just kind of incubated in the system all the way till now. And here he is just unleashing holy hell on the mound. We'll see if he goes today. Mike, so since we last talked to you, you've gotten to watch Patrick Bailey work behind the plate for 2 games.
Oh, yeah.
And you're an old catcher. Mike was an old college catcher, don't forget. So, what are you seeing?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I like his target. If you look at the new style of catching where guys get down on one knee and then they'll show you a target and then they'll drop their hand completely down to the ground and then they'll bring the glove back up with the idea of getting the momentum of the glove to catch a ball below the strike zone and snatch it into the strike zone and get the low strike. That's the whole philosophy behind it. The problem that they don't take into consideration is when you put that target up and you drop it down to the floor, you're taking away the target. If I'm the pitcher, you just took away my target. And I don't like that about the new style. And I've had that discussion with Craig Albernes, who is a great coach. And he's really the guy that I think pioneered this style. And he's very cool about it. He doesn't get up on a pedestal and start stomping his feet and insist upon this and insist upon that. He always gets back to the one thing. I want that catcher to be comfortable. So if he's comfortable shortening it up with a smaller hand hitch rather than bringing the glove all the way down, then that's his preference. If he wants to go on one leg, that's his preference. If he wants to go on the other one leg, that's his preference. If he wants to go conventional style with both legs, like we have seen for 140 years, that's his style. Well, with Bailey, he's got a really small hand hitch. So he'll show you a target, and when he drops the glove will get back in position so that when you're about to make your pitch, that glove is back where your target was. So it's not a distraction. Number one, I love that about him. The other thing, too, is if you take a look at his elbow, an elbow and a wrist, those are the two shock absorbers for a good receiver. That's what gives a guy soft hands. That's what allows him to receive the ball and just bring it into him. And he also frames, like Buster Posey, when he would frame an inside pitch to a right-hander, you would always take a look, and not only were his hands working, but his body would get behind the glove. He'd have this little leaky movement where his whole body would slide behind the pitch, and it was just a subtle way to body frame the pitch. And Bailey has the same tendencies. So, from those perspectives, he's really easy to throw to, and he really is a relaxing target to throw to. And not only that, he's an exceptional blocker. I mean, he's the whole package. And not only that, he's going to get better.
Well,
he's at the big leagues now, and and he's going to learn things every day. And he's a quick study. So other than that, he's average.
It's funny. We have the game, we have TVs on in the studio, and the game is on replaying the ninth inning right now. And I'm watching Bailey do all the things you're talking about.
And I'm looking at Duvall's frame, too, like you were saying, Mike.
Doesn't he look taller than 6'2"?
Yeah, he looks. But like Mike said, he's full of muscle, like lower half, upper half.
Yeah, he's an athlete, is what he is. Mike, last couple ones for you, real quick. Kyle Harrison last night struck out 9, no hits in 4 innings.
We notice these things.
Everybody's noticing them.
Yeah,
I mean, everybody's like FP sending me screenshots. My kid is checking the box scores. I mean, I don't know, Mike. What do we?
How many pitches?
Good question. Let's go check it out, right? But I'll get you that answer, and I'll give you the answer. But he walked nobody. I do know that. Sacramento River Cats box score. Anyway, it's a really exciting box score, and I'm just wondering, if you're any new thoughts on what this kid's gonna wind up being here.
Well, I love this kid, and I mean, one thing you can't teach is swing and miss. I mean, I guess you could teach a breaking ball that gives you swing and miss, but he's getting swing and miss with the fastball, and that is deception, and that's late finish, and that's just thank you God for a natural ability. And he's young. He's got a lot of things that has to learn.
Sorry to interrupt. 61 pitches, 40 strikes. Okay.
See, that's where he needs to be. 60 or less at the end of 4.
Yeah.
That's exactly where he needs to be.
Nice.
That appearance right there tells me he's close. And the other thing, too, is, they're using the automatic strike zone down there in Sacramento. And they've had problems with it being too small. There, for the longest time, the River Cats had more walks than strikeouts, and that had everything to do with the automatic strike zone. So my point being that he's not getting a lot of help. And I'd like to also know how many swing and miss strike threes he'd had with that. Because, there are times when in the minor leagues you can get a really big strike zone. And if you have 10 strikeouts or 9 strikeouts and, 7 of them are called strike threes, well, that has everything to do with the strike zone you had tonight. But for the most part, he gets swing and miss. And so I'm really, really excited about him. But I don't want him to be rushed. And they won't do it. And that's another thing. They don't have to. You know why? Because they have arms going off right now. And they're winning games. So let him develop. Yeah. Let him have more outings where he comes in and he throws 4 innings or 5 innings or 6 innings, and he's averaging 14 or 15 pitches or less, and then he's ready. And then when he gets there, he'll never go back.
Nice.
Lest we forget, the young man is 21 years old.
Oh, man, it's hard, yeah.
Mike, just on the way out here, kind of a fun one. Reggie Crawford is going to go to San Jose. He was their first-round draft pick, so that's a guy. And, Mike, they say he's actually going to still pitch and hit down there. How about that?
Well, I mean, why not? I mean, he's athletic, and this is what we're seeing with Farhan's regime. You're getting athletes that can do more than one thing, and they can play 3 or 4 or 5 positions. They can hit, they can pitch, they can do other things. And I'm really intrigued by this athlete just because of what I've seen when I go on the videos and take a look at, his load as a pitcher, his ability to maximize the crack of the whip when he snaps that ball and he releases it. It's effortless. There's no wasted motion in his delivery, which I like. But if you take a look at his at bats, It's the same thing with a bat head, which, that's pretty intriguing. So at some point in time, he's going to be in the big leagues. We just don't know where.
Yeah, and like you said, Giants are winning right now, so no rush and all that. And then finally, last one is just a fun one, is Susan Slusser has a note in her Chronicle story about that the Giants' new thing in the clubhouse is chess. Like there's a chess table up, and guys are playing. Mania apparently is big into it. Guys are coming in and out. They're having big battles. Cobb is into it. Boy, I'm just wondering,
times have changed.
Did that ever happen in your clubhouse? And if so, I know Brian Wilson used to play dominoes with most of the Latin players, but I'm wondering, did you guys have the chessboard? Did you guys have a cribbage? What is the...
Well, it always depended on the guy, and we do have a chess story. Joel Youngblood, who was a great teammate, and he was a good chess player. So he was beating everybody in the clubhouse, and so he makes a statement like, I can beat anybody. I'm that good. Mm-hmm. So he said, okay. So we called up, I think it was Art Spander, and we asked him, is there anybody in the Chronicle that knows somebody locally who can really play chess? Well, lo and behold, yes, there was. In fact, there was a writer that did nothing other than report on the chess world.
Wow.
And he knew of a guy who was a retired grandmaster, and we arranged for a square-off between this guy and Joel Youngblood, right?
Holy smokes.
So they show at the ballpark, and this is all before the game starts, and they have a match. And the grandmaster, veteran, he has the editor, the chess editor, play Youngblood. And they play, and we're all watching, right? And we're all quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. And Joel, to his credit, he could play. He plays the chess editor to a draw. So it's like, okay, here we go. The grandmaster sits down, and now we have the real game. Mm-hmm. And 15 moves later, it was over. And when the grandmaster had the last move with his hand, he pushed the checkmate move in, and his hand action, he did it with his right hand, and he pushed the chess piece towards Youngblood, and he never stopped. When the chess piece was released on the board, he kept his hand going, and he shook his hand. It was like, it's over, without even saying checkmate. And we just erupted. It was hysterical. So we got a lot of energy out of it, but, God bless Joel Youngblood for saying something stupid
awesome.
that we could kind of prove wrong.
That's like swag, man. You move your hand to the kill and just keep shaking right there. It's like
It went right into a shake, and I'll never forget. It was the coolest thing I've ever seen. And the guy was like 80. It was awesome.
Oh, that's so great. I'm glad I asked, man. So we'll have to tell Mania and Cobb and all those guys that story. So, all right. Well, hey, man, the vibes are good. And, Mike, we will talk to you Friday.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow with great stories as always. And you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Polymax chess history
zero. There is no chess history whatsoever.
Waterboy's chess history is...
No. Murph's
not
chess
really
history?
any. Like my aunt had one at her house, and like me and my brother would get
Looks
bored.
good in the living room,
and we'd
let's be
play it
honest.
for a couple rounds, but no.
Murph, you moving
obviously we
bishops
gotta
and pawns? You doing that?
Well, we got to go 8. We always go pop culture first. Remember during the pandemic, how much run the bishop, what was the name of the darn
Queen's
thing?
Gambit.
Queen's Gambit.
That was a big one.
So much run.
Yeah.
And it was mostly fueled by the fact that it was the pandemic.
We had nothing to do.
And everybody was...
Let's
there was
watch
like
some chess.
It was the last dance of Netflix
Let's watch
shows.
this girl play some chess.
Remember Netflix? Last Dance, everybody's like, you got to watch Last Dance.
Yeah.
Oh, my
well,
God.
Tiger King, dude. Remember Tiger King? It was the same kind of thing.
Yeah,
whole country went nuts over Tiger King.
Yeah. Although, remember, I had to tap out. You and Copes were so
I went
down
all the way with Tiger King.
You guys
It
were
was
so down and dirty.
Once they went into the dumpster for expired
Dude,
meats.
when he put on the priest collar, when the kid... Dude, that guy's so dark.
The alternative wedding.
No, it was when he had a funeral.
Well, the funeral, the guy with a mullet and a priest collar. It was nuts.
To get out.
But
But
bleached hair.
Queen's Gambit. And then the other one is a very underrated movie that Steve Young once told me is one of his favorite movies of all time, and I applaud it, Searching for Bobby Fischer.
Okay, yeah.
About a child chess prodigy. And like what that all entails.
It's interesting how you focused on the chess aspect, because I focused when Mike was telling the story just on the name Youngblood and how the name Youngblood just carries mystical powers. Whether it's Joel Youngblood dazzling the chess world and the baseball diamond, or one of our favorite guys of all time, Jack Youngblood, playing in the Super Bowl with a broken leg.
You're right. Youngblood is
the name.
Is
Youngblood
a mystical name.
It is mystical.
Jack, Joel, and the hockey flick. If we have one more, we can do Mount Youngblood more.
Well, that's about. I don't know what more you need.
Is there a rapper named?
Well, I'll tell you what, Murph. How does this sound for you?
Gotta be. There should be.
You know how the Murph and Max show a lot of times will bring things back to music. Would you be shocked if I told you one of the Bob Weir solo tracks is called Youngblood.
Oh, there it is.
True story.
We now have Matt
True story.
Youngblood more.
Yeah.
So Joel Youngblood was in my sweet spot as a Giants fan, 15, 16 years old. They weren't that good. He came in a trade, and he could hit. He could hit. And shout out Marty Lurie, drinking game. He
That's
can
right.
hit. He can
Waterboy,
hit a
Gino.
little. We had him on as a mystery guest.
He can hit.
Back when we did mystery guests. We used to do a mystery guest.
I love the
Waterboy.
mystery guest.
And
Bring
we
him
would
back.
take an obscure Giant, A, Warrior, or Niner.
What do you want, Sal Bando? We got him.
Yeah, maybe we do.
We got Sal Bando.
Anyway, we had Youngblood on. You know what his? Do you know the trivia on Joel Youngblood? Got 2 hits for 2 different teams.
Oh, yeah.
In 2 different cities on the same day.
Never going to happen again, most likely. That's a great one.
Played at Wrigley Field in the early day game. Got
traded.
a knock.
Yeah.
Got traded by the end of the game to Pittsburgh.
Grabbed his
They
gear.
told him you can make the flight. It's a night game. Flew into Pittsburgh. Got a cat. He told us the whole story.
Let me give them a couple hits.
7th, 8th inning. I think Chuck Tanner said, grab a bat, got a knock as a Pirate.
How great is that?
2 hits for 2 different teams in 2 different cities on the same day.
I love that.
Break that record, baby. Because to break it, you're going to have to get 3 hits for 3 different teams in 3 different cities.
You got to get traded. There's so many moving pieces. Yeah.
I have told every single Little League team I've coached that Joel Youngblood got a 5-hit game when I was a kid. I was 15, 16. I used to read the paper all the time. And so you get the paper, right? And there's a thing called the pull quote, where there's a quote in quotes up there.
Sure.
He got a 5 hits, and it said, quote, hitting is a blast, unquote, Joel Youngblood. And I was like, guys, hitting is... You should be up there.
See ball, hit ball, yeah.
Having a freaking ball,
See,
man.
well, the people get with pressure, though. They think I got to squash the bug. Is my toe right?
Get in the box
Is
and
my
rake,
elbow up?
baby.
Well, that is an interesting
Get in
point.
the box and rake,
if you
man.
can turn your brain off and
Yes.
just focus on hitting the ball. But Marcus, then all that coaching comes in. Is my toe right? Is my elbow up? Am I following through? There's all these like little mechanical things you got to consider, or do you not?
No, because Paulie Max, sometimes you just got to keep it simple, stupid.
That's me. I like that.
See ball, hit ball.
That's
Simple
how I
as
like
that.
it.
Did you not like hitting?
Oh, I loved hitting.
Exactly.
It's a blast.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Thank you, Joel
who
Youngblood.
doesn't enjoy it?
Youngblood.
Thank you, Joel Youngblood. I just want to thank you.
The big hit is the 49ers speak about Brock Purdy. Thank you. How do you feel about Kyle Shanahan's comments? Are you a new 49er fan after hearing yesterday's comments? The big hit next on the Sports Leader.
Only God knows.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
Your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
the Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
The 49ers are back on the practice field down at Levi Stadium for the start of OTAs. So to hear what Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and Sam Darnold had to say yesterday, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me.
A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Brock Purdy takes over for the injured Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback. Purdy back. Time. Pumps. Now going to throw for the end zone. Wide open. Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco. Ayuk is on fire!
Yeah, so is Brock Purdy.
Shotgun with a back behind Lance. He rides the mesh point, gonna pull it now and throw down the right sideline, wide open. Deebo Samuel. He catches it 40, 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco.
Darnold out of the gun. Play clock to 2. They get the snap away. Lots of time. Darnold for DJ Moore left side. Caught near left pylon. Touchdown Panthers.
Whoa. What a dime by Sam Darnold.
Oh, you put Sam Darnold in the big hit intro. I hear no Trey Lance in there though, huh? Come on now.
I know
there
now.
was? I guess I was reading something right
You got
before that.
sharpen
My
those
bad.
ears, yeah.
My bad.
Marcus
I did
covered all
20
the
push-ups
bases.
in the break. So you went Purdy, you went Purdy, Lance, Darnold. It's funny because when I heard the first Purdy cut, and then I was going over my cut sheet here, and I heard the second Papa thing. I thought it was Purdy, but it was Purdy, Lance, and Darnold. Way to lay it out, Waterboy. You're 2 steps ahead of everybody. Good job. Paulie, the big hit is Kyle Shanahan says Brock Purdy will likely be ready on week 1, and this should calm everybody down. Or does it? Are you too excited by Trey Lance's new mechanics to think that he's the guy, or that Sam Darnold, the most talented thrower of the football in 49er history? So says Matty Mayoka.
I got to think if there's any Niner fan out there listening and you watch Brock Purdy, same as we did, for those 8 starts, you're feeling pretty comfortable that he would be your number 1 guy. I mean, I don't know how you could be more comfortable with Trey Lance unless you just are about taking, rolling the dice and saying, let's see what he can do, because you know what Brock can do already, and now he's going to grow, and with more maturity, he's probably going to be even a little bit better this year.
Well, so many things can happen when you get into an elbow. They always say minor surgery is surgery on someone else. That's the phrase, because
it's only minor. They're still cutting me open, though. There's, they got lights.
A little elbow procedure.
Breathers. Yeah.
And Dr. Keith Meister becomes the dude, right? March 10th, he did the surgery. Injury January 29 in Philadelphia.
Dr. Meister.
Shout out Hassan Reddick. How about the Eagles using Hassan Reddick in their social media promotion of the Niner game? Did you see that on the schedule release day? On schedule release day,
see those
when they're like,
those
get
SOBs,
ready.
See how cute they are.
And they had Hassan Reddick with his arms folded and grinning.
All right. Well, hey, listen.
And I was like,
we'll line it up again. This time we'll have a quarterback. We'll see how it goes.
And Kyle Shanahan made a statement yesterday that was pretty firm. Again, so many things could go wrong. Remember, they delayed the surgery because of the swelling. He goes in on March 10th. He could have found some bad stuff, remember? And instead, we got this yesterday in Santa Clara.
We're hoping for week 1. And I feel pretty optimistic about that. That's what we're hoping for. He'll be ready to play in week 1, and usually that doesn't mean that's the day he comes back. Usually you got to come before that to make that goal, and that's kind of the goal we're hoping for, and don't have any reason to think differently.
Okay, pretty strong statement from Kyle Shanahan. Week 1, of course, September 10 at Pittsburgh, Paulie, don't you know?
Let me examine the
Steelers.
Let me examine the brain of an at KNBR Murph real quick, too. Kind of same approach, same question, really, with you and your confidence level. Go just with a healthy Brock Purdy week 1. I mean, you're feeling good, I would assume.
I'm super excited, but I had to write a jock blog last week, so I had to create some controversy.
Okay.
And that was, are you 3,000% gold-plated certain he's the guy?
Well, what's with 3,000? That's an interesting number. Percentage-wise. Marcus.
3,000 hits is a good number. Right?
Well, Mr. 3,000, we talked about,
I don't know, Paulie. It was one of those numbers that came to me.
I do believe if you go coast to coast in the United States, that's roughly close to 3,000 miles as well, so we can incorporate that into the equation. Marcus, I don't know, 3,000.
When the Pretenders sing He's Gone, 2,000 miles. And also the Proclaimer said, I would walk 500 miles.
That's
so
again
I'm not there yet.
Again with the 3,000, Marcus.
So I can't tell you
what would your percentage be out of a possible 3,000?
I don't even know how to give a percentage of 3,000.
Like 2,700. I don't know.
What about 2,427, Paulie? Man, that's my
interesting number. That's all.
All right, back to Shanahan on the moving target of Brock's return, and he drops 3 words that really kind of made us stop and pause and think about really existence. Really here, yes.
And it's not really a moving target. It's that. Only God knows, and it's all estimates, so it depends what quote people have got from me, but I mean, we're hoping for week 1, and I feel pretty optimistic about that. That's what we're hoping for. He'll be ready to play in week 1, and usually that doesn't mean that's the day he comes back. Usually you got to come before that to make that goal, and that's kind of the goal we're hoping for, and don't have any reason to think differently.
By the way, he dropped only God knows.
Only God knows.
And
sorry, we had a God collision.
Try that again.
Let me do mine first.
Thank you, God.
And
only God knows.
That's it.
So we've gone down this road here. Is Drake's God's plan now the theme of the 49ers 2023
You could
season?
take God in subtle ways and obvious ways. Sometimes you got to listen carefully.
Have you heard the good news?
Yeah.
Or, as we've said, do you want to go back to the classics and in just an artful Brian Wilson weaving of melodies and harmonies, God only knows, Beach Boys style.
Yeah.
Which Paulie Mack claims ended the movie Boogie Nights.
Now I'm under heavy
controversy.
fire for that.
We should have made the big hit, is Paulie Mack wrong about Boogie Nights?
Well, ELO's in there too.
Does it really matter?
Yeah, that's ultimately, it's a good question. I'm not sure it does.
I went with the movie early on, Love Actually, and I hate the movie.
Let me tell you what's going on here. Let me explain this.
And they go for the tear-jerking final scene of a bunch of people reuniting at the airport, and it's all a bunch of snapshots that become a big checkerboard as Brian Wilson singing God Only Knows.
Here's what I can confirm. When it comes to Boogie Nights. At the end, after all the mayhem, and they're all picking up the pieces, it's like the final scene. They show each character and how they've kind of moved on in their life after the 70s.
Like the KNBR digital thing.
Murph, so they show... come on, man. John C. Reilly.
Okay, yeah.
John C. Reilly has moved on to become a magician. He's like literally pulling rabbits out of hats. They show him doing his magic act. They're playing the Beach Boys, God Only Knows. Then they show our boy Don Cheadle.
Yeah.
He's selling stereo gear at Buck Stereo World or whatever it's called. And again, I'm telling you, they're playing the Beach Boys track, God Only Knows. Then that ends, and then bam, then the strings come in. You got ELO. I'm saying that's the way it's a 1-2 punch. But the Beach Boys are prominently feered in that closing sequence.
I support you,
I stand by
I do. And I support Kyle Shanahan, too.
Thank
Only
you.
God knows him. He's a big picture guy. Because remember when the Jimmy Garoppolo question of a couple years ago was out, he said...
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday.
Guys,
so that goes for all of us.
Existential Kyle. 808 KNBR, Existential Kyle. Who are we? What are we doing?
He's like Confucius.
What is this cold rock spinning around this black universe?
Hey, this fits in great with me. I'm into all this, like these questions.
I told you guys, he's going instead of the micro of the game plan, he's going macro of existence.
The best would be this if somebody was like, Kyle, could you give us an update on Brock Purdy? Kyle would get all philosophical and be like, well, I really can't do that. It's going to take some time. A bigger question is, who am I and why am I here?
Yeah, pretty much.
You know what I mean?
I think, do we go...
I exist.
Who was it? Jean-Paul Sartre, no exit. That's what we're going to say.
Yeah.
I'm looking for some Sartre bombs.
Once you narrow it down, Murph, to just, I exist.
Yeah.
That's, you go from there.
I call plays, therefore I am.
That's it, man.
All right. Brock Purdy, he jumped in. He was less philosophical.
Okay.
He was asked, does he share Shanahan's optimism about week one?
For sure. I feel good. Arm is feeling good. So to say I'm going to be ready by this time or this time, I just... we're not trying to label any kind of timeline like that. For sure, though, like that's a goal, right? You want to be ready for, the season, and if that's the case, great. But like I said, we're just taking it one day at a time, and don't want to say anything that we regret down the road or whatever. So
cautious Brock. He didn't want to. He's still at his elbow. He's the one like, damn, man, I'm the guy out here. I have to whip a towel. You know what I mean? So he's like, I don't want to say anything I'm going to regret. But the big hit is, of course, what we're talking about. Kyle Shanahan saying Brock Purdy likely ready week one and how good that must make 49ers fans feel. There's this other guy, Trey Lance, who unveiled his new throwing motion.
Okay.
And Waterboy says he's seen Twitter breakdowns of the release. It looks quicker. It does. It looks quicker. So Trey Lance was asked, what changed?
Nothing's changed for me. Been able to focus on a lot more things that are going to help me. I'd say this offseason versus just focusing on, trying to get back to as healthy as I could last offseason. As far as the stuff with Brock, that's the same thing I told you guys last year at the end of the year. My opportunity is just to come in and compete, and that's all I wanted. So for me, I don't want to take anything away from Brock, and no one should be able to take anything away from Brock. He did what he did last year, and he deserves all the credit in the world for it. Like I said, for me, I just wanted an opportunity to compete.
What a story for this kid, by the way. So as the story that Eric Branch wrote in the Chronicle starts to just go through, this guy comes out of North Dakota State as the number 3 pick. He's going into his third season. He's done nothing in the league. He's had a broken finger, a sprained knee, a fractured ankle. This is according to Eric Branch. This is a great trade chatter, a lowly completion percentage, and only 4 regular season starts. This is the number 3 pick in the draft.
Right.
All right. So for him, it's...
Do you have expectations at all with Trey Lance? Like, what do you expect, if anything?
Total mystery,
That's how I feel. I don't know how to gauge this. I don't know what you're supposed to expect with him, honestly.
So Kyle's talking about the quarterback room this year versus the quarterback room last year. You got Darnold, you got Lance, you got, hopefully, Purdy. Here's Kyle.
I don't want to compare it to other years, but, we got 2 guys who are talented enough to be taken in the top 5 of the draft, and we have another guy who played like it last year. So I like the 3 guys we got, and I've always been a fan of Brandon Allen, just watching him throughout his career, and to be able to get him in here also, I feel real fortunate with our 4.
408 says Lance is also showing off a lower, wider stance. Go compete, young man.
Fine.
Okay.
Show us.
And 510 says, when my bosses ask if I'm going to make my sales goals, I say, only God knows.
That's it's a legitimate answer.
Only God knows.
That's it. Even Coach says it.
Paulie, a more big hit sound. Trey Lance, that arm soreness story. Remember, he had arm fatigue.
I do.
And then
I do.
and then it turns out that maybe he did? What did Trey say?
Yeah. Hopefully we can finally kill that this year. I thought going back to my rookie year, same thing. I told you guys it was on me. I didn't do a good enough job of taking care of my body. Going through, obviously coming out of school early, started throwing, through that whole year. Going into my last game in college, and then didn't really stop. Went all the way through the summer or through the fall, through the winter, through the spring. Got drafted, kept throwing through OTAs. 40 days away, I wanted to be as ready as I could, kept throwing the whole 40 days away, and then going through the whole season, kept throwing again. So that's just a lot of time that I don't know any quarterbacks that would spend that much time throwing. But for me, I wanted to work, and I thought that was the best way to do it. But obviously learned a lot from that. So, yeah, going through my rookie year, dealing with it. Last year, I thought it was in a great spot as well going into it. But, yeah, no issues this year.
Here we go, guys. One more. Trey Lance on the trade rumors. What do they say here about his future as a Niner?
No, not at all. I knew where I wanted to be. Even going back, like I said, last year, I just wanted an opportunity to compete. For me, I love it here. I love the coaching staff. I love working with Greasy and Clay and now Clint as well. Love the quarterback room. Love the guys in the locker room. No doubt for me, this is absolutely where I want to be.
All right, man. Well, there it is. That's the big hit for today, guys. And it's excitement about Brock Purdy. Is he ready for week one? Sure sounds like things are trending, and he may throw as soon as next week, which would put him ahead of schedule.
Here's my question, though. This is football talk now, but I'm getting into like the, just the communal kind of atmosphere of any given NFL football team. Murph, when Trey Lance walks over in the cafeteria with his tray and he sees Kittle, McCaffrey, Sam Darnold, they're at one of the circle, like, cool tables, not the long rectangle ones, one of the little ones. Trey comes walking over with his tray. What up, guys? Can I sit down? Do they, kick the chair away, or do they kick it out and say, yeah, come sit down with us? Is he going to be in that cool kid circle? Is my question. He didn't go to the Warrior games. I know Sam Darnold did.
Yeah, I'm going to say right now,
legitimate question.
It's a little
legitimate question.
All right, guys, that's your big hit. Let's get into the cooler of content on the other side. Then, guys, Mike Silver, one of the best. 850, talking big picture Niners. He wrote about the Super Bowl coming, but he also has thoughts on Purdy and Lance and all that. And then early baseball, 9:10 in the morning. Giants baseball, 10:10 first pitch, 9:10 pregame on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
Only God knows.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
49ers president Al Guido stopped by the Papa and Lynch show yesterday to talk about the 49ers hosting Super Bowl 60 down at Levi Stadium. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Murph & Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
By the way, you know who makes the Cooler of Content? Is 10 to 2 producer Danny Dunn, Double D, Dangerous Danny Dunn. He listens and he contributes. By the way, I think he's in the demo, too.
He's got one of the great faces you'll see. Murph's likened him to like one of the Bowery Boys.
Yeah,
you guys
Bowery
remember the
Boy,
old
yeah,
show?
yeah.
Black and white thing. He's got that kind
That's
of mug.
out of the demo, the Bowery Boys.
Well,
that's out of the demo. Anyway, Danny Dunn says, he just sent me a text saying, Tony Stark, Avengers Endgame, quote, I love you 3000, unquote.
Is that where it came from? Was it Tony Stark inspired?
I don't know.
Maybe it was in the back of your dome somewhere. Shout out Robert Downey Jr., Tony Stark.
Okay, guys, into the Cooler of Content. Nick Turturro, he's our favorite. He's our guy.
It's about time.
Yes!
About time.
Nobody in America on social media is as passionate about baseball than Nick Turturro.
I would agree.
And the Yankees are, the Yankees are having a decent season, but they're in a tough AL East where they're looking
tough.
up at the Orioles and the Rays.
Yep.
But, they're in the hunt. They're playing well. They've won 4 in a row.
Well, they better be in the hunt with the money they're spending.
So, DJ LeMahieu, good player. I guess he bunted recently.
Okay.
Nicky didn't like.
Yeah, this was to set it up real quick for you, Murph. It was 7th or 8th inning, runners on first and third, 1 out. DJ LeMahieu is hitting in the 4 spot, and he lays down a bunt, whiffs on the first one, lays down a second one, easy out at home, and here was Nicky T's reaction.
Man. You bunt there. This guy doesn't have a bunt, DJ LeMahieu. Just let him swing. If he has to do a double play, whatever. God darn it, how do you bunt there? So stupid. I can understand the guy's a punch and Judy hitter. And we don't even score. Damn.
So
I love this kid. I just love him.
Not only did he have that opinion about the bunt, he chose to record it and post it.
I also heard him suppress an F-bomb at one point. He was getting ready and he right there.
So stupid.
Yep. Waterboy, did you share his rage?
Yeah, I didn't know what DJ was doing. He's in the 4 spot. He's their best contact hitter on the team. He's got to drive in a run right there.
Remember Brandon Belt tried to bunt and broke his finger and it hurt the 2021 playoffs.
Big time.
Stan Van Gundy.
Stupid.
I believe Paulie Mack's preferred Van Gundy, Stan.
Yeah,
right?
I do like Stan. Big time.
I guess last night, the Marlins are, the Heat are doing this all with Tyler Hero on the bench, one of their best players. And I guess he was dressed, you wear your own clothes now, right? When you're Stan Van Gundy didn't like his fit.
Oh. Fashion is so bad on the bench that we need him in uniform.
Foul has been deemed a common foul. We'll shoot 2.
Stan Van Gundy. And for me to be commenting on anyone else's fashion is probably...
You took the words right out of Tyler's mouth.
Yes. He's looking at me going, wait, you are going to comment on me?
So, Paula, that's kind of like us right now with the live stream because they can start commenting on our fit.
Well, if you're expecting cutting-edge fashion, you've clearly come to the wrong place.
Well, 623 says he pulled up the YouTube stream live chat and says, my goodness, you guys are getting, he said, from everything from physical demeanor to blatant disrespect.
Oh, man. You know what, boys? We'll change that. I'll get you some Tyler Hero purple bucket hats for you guys.
So maybe
that
we
would
should
be helpful, yeah.
Should I just completely change my fit so like the Stan Vans of the world don't come at me and I just come in like I blinged out?
No, you got to be you.
Bucket hats and, I don't know.
Yeah.
Murph, for as much as we make fun of the way you dress, you have a better outfit on right now than Tyler Hero did yesterday.
Okay, what was it?
Dude, he was looking like straight out of Beetlejuice. Like he had this a checkered striped suit on with the purple bucket hat. It was a bad look.
Stand by. We got photographic
we do have.
here.
He texted it to us. Is this a text he sent us to? Yeah, Bleacher Report. There it is. I see the purple.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Is that? Do the kids think that's?
I don't know what they're doing anymore. I don't know.
No. There's a purple bucket hat, and then there's some other stuff going on.
You rocking a bucket hat when you go out on the weekend, Marcus?
Unless I'm at the beach drinking a couple. No, I won't throw
Probably
a
not.
bucket hat on. No.
I'm a big bucket hat. I will wear a bucket hat when I'm playing golf and at the beach.
I have actually seen you with a bucket hat on. I don't know where, but I know I've seen
me, Tony, and Rod Brooks in Tahoe.
Maybe that's it.
I was wearing it.
You know who else wore a bucket hat? Is Jack Nicholson in The Departed, as Whitey Bulger had a freaking bucket hat on.
I do support the bucket hat movement. I do.
That's
but not the purple fuzzy one.
That's what we need for the stream tomorrow. Murph and a bucket hat.
I could do it.
You know what? Let's make it happen.
I could do it.
It's a hat Thursday.
I was actually thinking about starting to wear hats to A, hide the gray, and then B, just, talking points. What's today's hat?
Give something up. Right.
You know what I mean? So
tune in. Maybe Murph's going to wear something. Who knows? It could be a Niner hat.
This story is Shaq and Stevie Wonder? Wow. Shaq and NBA on TNT. Shaq tells a story about meeting Stevie Wonder.
I love it. All right.
Why don't you tell that story again? Hey, Stevie Wonder walked the elevator. Hey, Shaq.
He did.
He didn't.
Maybe he heard your voice.
No. But he also, Paul Abdul said he used to be a noisy neighbor.
You're not going to tell that lie again, are you?
I heard. Were you a noisy neighbor? I'm already in the elevator. I'm not saying nothing.
And Stevie Wonder walked in and said, hey, Shaq.
No, he said, hey, Shaq, what's up, my brother?
How did he see you?
Oh, that's somebody screamed out, Shaq never lies. I'm just saying.
Shaq lies.
I'm just saying. Stevie, what's up, brother?
Hey, I love Stevie Wonder, but there's no way he walked in that elevator and said, hey, Shaq.
Tweet me, brother, and confirm the story. Tweet me. 10560 Wilshire Boulevard. Oh, sorry. I just gave his address. Sorry.
Yeah, you worse than him. Hey, Kenny.
I think the show has run its course, as a matter of fact.
And they continue to be the premium entertainment offering on the globe.
Murph, here's my proposal. If I'm a TNT executive, forget it. When the season ends, when the basketball championship is won and they lift the Larry O'Brien, just keep having these guys come on the air anyway and just talk to each other. I don't even need a game. I'll tune in to watch them solo.
4 things I want to get off my chest right now. 2 of my favorite, like when I fell in love with Shaq. Blue Chips as Neon Bordeaux.
Yep.
When Nick Nolte comes to recruit him and says, Neon, you got to get your SAT scores up. And they're walking down that street in a small town in Louisiana.
Totally.
And Shaq just says, Coach, come on, man. You and I both know that test is culturally biased.
Mm-hmm.
Just a great line, well delivered.
With a smile on his face, too.
And by the way, kind of started, he was at the forefront of eliminating the SAT. I guess a pretty good call from Neon Bordeaux. 2, when they drafted Penny Hardaway, I'll never forget the quote. I just was in love with Shaq's whole demeanor. And they said, how did you feel when you drafted Penny Hardaway? He said, I was at the crib. I was having some spaghetti. He goes, I jumped up. I got spaghetti all over the rug.
Oh.
He goes, and then I started climbing the wall like Spider-Man.
Okay, well.
And I was like, that's one of my favorite sports quotes of all time.
I'd love to see that visual, too.
So much so that I remember it 28 years later.
Yeah, Shaq with the web grip.
I was at the crib.
Yeah.
I was having spaghetti.
Yeah.
I jumped up and knocked the spaghetti on the rug. And then I started climbing the walls like Spider-Man.
A lot of details in that. Yeah.
And then the last one we got to bring up is this Stevie Wonder thing.
How did he see you?
You've been on this, and I've never wanted to go near there.
Can I hear that again real quick? Was that Kenny?
You have brushed up against this in the past.
I've seen him live. I have.
How did he see you?
But there's a story. You keep saying there's a story.
You can see it for yourself, apparently. I don't want to tread into this because I like Stevie.
Right? It's a little dicey.
I know. The guy's blind.
Dicey.
For God's sakes, he can't see.
Then why is Shaq telling this story?
There are people out there, man, like every other freaking thing in the world, be it an election or whatever else there's a conspiracy attached to these days, where there is a group of people out there, a pretty sizable group, that maintains Stevie Wonder is not blind. Stevie Wonder can see, and their big proof that they point to, the evidence is that I guess there was a show that Stevie Wonder was doing maybe within the last 10 years, and at some point, because he's got a really big band, there's a lot of musicians walking around the stage and everything, and at some point, apparently, someone knocked over Stevie Wonder's microphone stand, and he reached out and caught it. All right?
That's you've seen it.
Yeah. I don't know what to make of it. I don't. Now, here's another thing I've heard about Stevie Wonder.
You're not saying anything. I'm
telling you what's out there. You guys judge for yourself. I think the guy's got no vision. Would this be
the ultimate conspiracy theory?
And shout out Stevie Wonder's great record, Inner Vision.
And why did Shaq tell this story on TV?
I don't know. Good question.
I mean, how'd they get on this?
I don't know.
How did he see you?
In a sort of Murph and Mac digressionary kind of way?
Check this other thing I'd heard about. I heard the guy Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers tell the story because he was, I guess they were staying in the same hotel as Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder told him that when he only stays at Four Seasons hotels because the floor plan is the same in all the lobbies no matter where you go to. So he knows 2 steps to the left, 17 steps to the elevator.
That's actually kind of fascinating.
It's wild, isn't it, man? And that he's been doing this for most of his career.
But then when the elevator opens and he sees Shaq, he says, "What's up, Shaq?"
And he catches something the Shaq dropped. Hey, you dropped your coffee. Let me grab that for you.
The last thing I wanted to say on Shaq was during the pandemic, he had a little moment of brightness. Do you remember? And I use brightness almost. Do you remember he put out a video of him and his whole family absolutely going bananas and jumping on the kitchen counter to the Killers song, Mr. Brightside?
Oh.
Do you remember that?
A little.
It was like, I was like, let's get Shaq, because everybody was bummed out. We were all housebound. Nobody knew. We thought we were all going to die. And Shaq had his whole family pumping their fists to Mr. Brightside.
Dude, that's DJ Diesel, and I'm not sure if it's happened already. I got to check in with Mike Kohler.
Diesel, yeah.
But Shaquille O'Neal, a.k.a. DJ Diesel, is supposed to be hosting an event at the Sonoma Raceway coming up soon.
I might go to that.
He's going to be DJing, yeah.
They go nuts when he DJs, too. People go bonkers.
What can't he do?
Can we get him to outside lands? I'm not kidding. Get him to a bigger crowd. Let's get him at Golden Gate Park.
He's one of my favorite humans of all time.
DJ Diesel.
Really
I'll be in the front pumping my fist. Getting an EDM thing
How about
going.
him throwing out the Wilshire address, 1050, 10560. Oh, sorry, I did the address.
Sorry, Stevie.
It's like me and Matt Cain. All right, guys.
Well, based on what people are telling you, Murph, even if there's confusion about Stevie Wonder's address, he could always look it up if you follow.
209 says, by the way, is Stevie Wonder really blind? Only God knows.
I know you
Only
guys
God
are killing me
knows.
today. Stevie Wonder's blind. I'm telling you right now.
says, how do I video stream your show? Well, you go to KNBR.com or you go to the KNBR app on your phone.
Enjoy the handsome nature of the
You
show.
go to YouTube to the KNBR Livestream or you go to Twitch to the KNBR Livestream, and then you can add to the negative comments on the
Is there
side.
a preferred platform out there with the viewers? Do
What
we
you
know?
think, Waterboy?
Like,
What's
what do
the
they go
best?
to? They
Like,
go
I'm
to-
looking right now. It says we have more on the sports leader than we do on. Wait a minute.
So they're coming
Which
to
one is which?
KNBR.com.
Oh, the Twitch one has more than the YouTube one right
See
now.
what happens?
It's robust numbers.
Yeah,
though, I'll tell you
robust.
that.
That's it.
Yeah. They're streaming in.
Surpassing our boss's projections, which were extremely low.
I'm glad
I think we got more than like 12 people listening.
Well,
I'm glad you're answering the questions from the text line, or was that Chuck and Kenny asking where they can see us?
How did he see you?
On KNBR.com. That's where they can see us.
That's a
Murph.
hell of a cut right there.
How did he see you?
Okay.
I mean, leave Stevie alone.
Let's do this. Let's get ready for Mike Silver
How
at
did he see
8:50. Silver's awesome. He'll talk big NFL stories, Niners stories. It'll be great. And then at 9:10, we got
God's
Niners,
sakes.
Giants, Twins. And don't forget, the Twins are starting a kid from Marin County today. Went to Drake High School. Back when it was Drake, they got Drake, though. It's now Archie Williams.
And that's
Archie Williams.
a lot of confusion
They got
earlier in the show.
Pirates, too, and now it's the Peregrine Falcons.
A lot of confusion. Hey, real quick, only since we just did
Joe
this.
Ryan.
Apparently,
Cool dude.
650 is firing right back at me going, Paulie Mac, DJ Diesel is playing Outside Lands on Friday. That's a
Wait, Outside Lands is this Friday?
No, on the Friday
Oh, in August?
of the 3 days.
It is coming up.
Yeah,
that's
usually
Bottle
in
Rock.
August.
It's a
That's
3-day
Bottle
thing,
Rock
so
that's
he's
coming
saying
up.
on the Friday you'll get Shaq.
You know who's at Bottle Rock? Your band, buddy.
My guy, Stone Foxes.
Stone Fox. You might
Yep.
want to head on up there,
I
buddy.
might have to.
And the Chili Peppers.
You might make a
Number
new
one fan.
You might make a new friend or two recreate your 18th birthday.
Hey now.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey now.
It's a nice
Hey, now.
birthday.
That's the kind of stuff you get on the YouTube live stream.
Happy birthday to Marcus.
510 says,
Twice.
guys, blind people do have a spidey sense. They have a spidey sense.
I'm not getting involved with this.
All right, I'm just letting you know.
I don't want to.
Shaq started it, not us.
What about Ray Charles? Can he see too, you guys? Or how far we want to go with this?
Well,
I'm not going into that.
Thank you. That's the best
No, it's
answer yet.
ridiculous, the whole thing.
Mike Silver at 8:50, talking big picture Niners. Giants baseball at 9:10. KNBR
You guys,
104.5
man.
to 680, the Sports League.
Only God knows.
All right, everybody. Paulie Mac saying good morning to you. Thanks again for listening. We appreciate that. I think you guys would appreciate some good whiskey. I'm talking about award-winning whiskey from our good friends, the boys in Metallica. They have the great new record out. Check it out, 72 Seasons. I know you guys like that. And you're going to love their whiskey as well. They have joined forces with legendary distiller Dave Pickerel and the Metallica boys, and the creation is Black and Whiskey. Check this out, too. Some of the process of aging the whiskey involves Meyer sound and the black noise sonic enhancement process, which really means that they just pound these barrels with Metallica music at incredibly high dBs, reverberates against the aging barrels. The whiskey moves around in the barrel, releases more flavor, and then the end result is just an incredibly long and smooth finish. Black and Whiskey did all of this to create a whiskey that would redefine the category. That's what Metallica is all about. Black and Whiskey, whiskey remastered. Black and American Whiskey is 45% alcohol by volume, bottled by Sweet Amber Distilling Company, Columbus, Ohio. Please enjoy responsibly. Find Black and Whiskey at your local retailer or at blackandwhiskey.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
No dustpans for what was a broken Boston Celtic team. Maybe they have found themselves here in Game 4. By far their most impressive half of this series. They've done it before. Trailed 3-2 against Philadelphia in the conference semis, won Game 6 and 7. And now they trail 3-1 with Game 5 on Thursday back in Boston as they win Game 4, 116-99 to avoid the sweep in the Eastern Conference Finals.
That happened last night, and I'm not going to lie, I am... I am rooting for the Heat.
Okay, me too.
I got a little shred of doubt.
What about the Heat winning the series?
It has shifted uncomfortably
It's never been
in my chair.
done. Nobody's ever come back from 3-0. You got Jimmy Butler.
Wouldn't be the first Boston team to come back from an 0-3 deficit, right?
Hey, true or
I'm
false?
not going into that.
I heard, to your point, I heard Marcus tie that together today. I didn't see this during the game, but did you say Derek Jeter was watching last
Yeah,
night?
Captain Jeter, Derek himself, who lives down in Miami now,
he does.
was sitting courtside. On the opposite end of the court was Alex Rodriguez, which, of course, led to the graphic about the 2004 Red Sox.
So, I mean, having Jeter and A-Rod in there, is that putting the whammy on the Heat? Is that the idea?
I'm going to blame you guys. That's you, Marcus. You're part of that Yankee family. I'm going to blame the Yankees for that Heat loss last night. They did. They put like the weird, like 0-3 energy on the court.
That doesn't cut it.
No,
bro.
no.
Now, this whole idea of the gentleman's sweep exists for a reason. Like, usually you win the first 3, you give them Game 4, then you kill them off in Game 5. That's the gentleman's sweep. But for some reason, like, a lot of people are already thinking, like, well, I don't know, maybe I'm incorrect in saying a lot of people, but me and some others are thinking, Well, in fact, Charles Barkley last night was quite adamant that the Heat should be sweating right now.
Well, you heard
that's all. Sorry to interrupt, but he also guaranteed that the Heat would win that night. So they were just destroying. He may be one of the worst.
No, you don't.
He may be one of the worst prognosticators out there.
Aside from Paulie Mack, it's like neck and neck. You
were in the green, buddy.
I had an okay forecast last year.
The reason why the windsock is green is because you win money for people, buddy.
You want to win some money, you hear Paulie Mack's picks on a Friday football forecast coming soon to a station near you. But on the cut Marcus just came in with, you heard the broadcaster go, what was a broken Boston Celtic team? And I think that's a great word. They were broken. So my question to you, Murph, is that second half last night enough to cure all those ills? Because they look like S for the first 2.5 games of this series.
So history tells you 150 times this has happened. 150 times no one's done it. Now, that said, they used to say that about the 1 versus the 16 in the NC2A. Now, there were external factors to that. Basketball got much more watered down. It used to be that 1 seeds were much more dominant. And now you got people leaving all the time, and basketball is much more parity driven now. So you can, in fact, wasn't the Final Four a bunch of seeds from like the middle of the pack this year? I can't even remember. Sometimes I can't remember the Final Four from just 2 months ago. But I can tell you that the North Carolina State won it in 1983. But anyway, the point is that so we got to like not panic here if you're a Heat. And say, dude, listen, let's be honest here. All you got to do is go out and do your thing, play your game, and you handle the Celtics. Now, Barkley's point was, if the Celtics hold home court in Game 5, Game 6 in Miami becomes...
That's a real pressure game because the Heat would have to win that game. They really would.
Is there some twisted thing where it's actually better to be down 0-3 than up 3-0? Because you're like,
Well, you lose. You got nothing to lose. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
At that point.
Oh man, it's pretty. So listen, Celtics outscore them. They were down. I figured down 6 at half is 1-2-3 Cancun, right? So they showed some pride.
They did for the first time in the whole series.
Jason
they showed
Tatum
some pride.
finally went off, right? 33 points.
You know, even Barkley was saying if you just take a look at the Boston postseason, this entire postseason, I mean, they had problems with Atlanta. Like they again, like they're so inconsistent. There are nights when Boston looks like the best team in the NBA.
Sixers went 7, right? They went 7 with the Sixers.
Yeah. So it hasn't been like the Boston Celtics have not been at their best in this postseason. And you just don't know which team is going to show up.
So the good news is you only have to wait till tomorrow night for Game 6.
Yeah.
And as the more I think about this too, bad news for the Nuggets because the Heat get to keep playing. You know,
that's your great point, man.
Guys,
we'll see how they handle this.
808 KNBR, what do you give me for 2 teams from the same city getting killed by 07 Rockies?
Yeah.
World
Maybe it's
Series.
that Sammy Houston curse.
They might have waited 3 weeks to play the World Series that year. By the time they took the field, you forgot their names.
That's a great
You know
call.
what I mean?
And you got to wonder for a team like the Nuggets, Murph, who have never been in this terrain before, how they're going to respond to this.
So for the Heat, they might even be. It might be their interest to lose Game 5, go win Game 6 at home Saturday, and go into the playoffs, go into the finals.
Although I got a feeling
revving.
Mike Malone will somehow do the right thing during this downtime. Like he'll figure a way out to keep these guys engaged.
Well,
he's going to have to.
Well, either way, it'll be determined by the Pop Culture Showdown.
I can't wait.
All right, so anyway,
God knows.
No, that's
quick
it.
word on the Celtics 116-99 win over the Miami Heat. Guys, just also real quickly, want to hit before we get to Mike Silver. Do we have the Steph Kareem thing? Steph Curry achieved yet another milestone in his incredible life.
Another day, another accomplishment for Steph Curry.
I think, what do you prefer, Steph or Kareem, Paulie, on this? The soundbite. Because we got room for one.
I like the Kareem one. I thought it was pretty awesome.
So here, Steph Curry won the 2023 Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Social Justice Champion Award for pursuing social justice and advancing Abdul-Jabbar's mission to assist individuals and groups who have been historically marginalized or systematically disadvantaged. Steph has worked in voter registration, in Eat, Learn, Play. He has fed Oakland students and given them books. He's done it all, man. And he's not like he's busy or anything, you know what I mean? Trying to win championships and raise a family and do everything he's doing and work with his Under Armour and all that. But here's the great Kareem Abdul-Jabbar congratulating him.
Hey, Steph, it's Cap here. On behalf of the entire NBA family, I want to congratulate you because you are the winner of the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Social Justice Champion Award. It couldn't have been anybody else with you, boss. All of the things that you've done. Let's start with your support for historically black colleges and universities, or your voter registration program, or your community safety program. All of these things have made a real difference, and we're proud of you. And what you've done is just the top of what we think is important for people who want to help their community. So keep up the good work, boss. You're a champion on and off the court, and we couldn't feel better about the choice that we made. All the best.
2 bosses. I love it. Hey, man, Paulie, call me boss anytime you want, buddy. All right?
It's hard to, yeah.
All right.
What's up, boss?
Congratulations to Steph Curry, who just continues to astound.
By the way, shout out American Graffiti. I'm pretty sure they would use the word boss as an adjective back in the day. Hey, boss car.
Dude,
you know what I'm saying?
I don't want to digress because I know we got Silver coming up, but
It's
I
all
was
good.
trying to take care of Sick Rory yesterday to find a movie for him. Did you know American Graffiti is on Netflix
You
now?
give him some Toad? Yeah.
And he has never seen his brother.
Yeah, it's a
his
slice
uncle,
of America
his uncle.
now.
Because now I can go straight to the
gym.
scenes and show him his
Nice.
uncle.
Nice.
I still get super
Yeah,
hyped.
yeah.
My brother has a major cameo in American
Who's your
Graffiti.
favorite guy in that movie?
My brother.
Well, okay, after your brother. You a Richie guy, you a Dreyfus guy. I'm a Toad guy, personally. I like my Toad.
You can't go wrong with Toad.
No.
Everything about him.
I mean, he's buying booze out there. He's going, hey.
Farhan Zaidi joins
Pint to
Tolbert
Old
and Cokes
Harper.
today at 4:50 to discuss the recent success of his prospect. How about Wolfman Jack, Paulie?
Yeah, nice, perfect call.
All right,
Grab
there
a
you go.
popsicle, man. Barry, grab a popsicle.
Copes and Tolbert have Farhan at 16:50 military time. Mike Silver, he's great. We'll talk big picture NFL with him next on the Sports Leader.
Murph and Mac, Stephen Curry here. Just want to say thank you for the acknowledgement and the honor of the Bay Area Athlete of the Year.
It couldn't have been anybody else with you, boss.
Oh, it's time to talk about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, the best pizza in town. So we've been talking about it. I love talking about Amici's because it gets me hungry for a large cheese pizza. And now you guys get to have one too. And let's talk about, I know weeknight dine-in specials are great and personal delivery to your home is great, but there's also larger things like catering. Let's talk about Amici's catering menu. And that gives you options to order pastas, salads, and famous flame-roasted lemon chicken wings in larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style. It's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering them Amici's full range of menu items, okay? So whether you need a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event, Amici's has a great range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. So check out the catering menu at Amici's.com. And when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, Amici's delivers.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. The sports leader. It only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Oh, and I don't want to compare it to other years, but I mean, we got two guys who are talented enough to be taken in the top 5 of the draft, and we have another guy who played like it last year. So I like the 3 guys we got, and I've always been a fan of Brandon Allen. Just watching him throughout his career, and to be able to get him in here also, I feel real fortunate with our 4.
That's, of course, Kyle Shanahan saying only God knows. I was asking Waterboy down the line here, did you know Mikey Silver is one of the great classic rock scholars of our time? And you didn't, huh?
Only God knows.
You were just doing that because of that. So you didn't. You unwittingly played right into. I mean, Mikey, we could do 20 on Zeppelin.
Michael
if you want.
talked Jimmy Page alone for 20 minutes. Yeah.
Morning, brother.
I thought you were going to do the Kid Rock, only God knows, but he's kind of veered off the rails. So
we'd rather not go. Yeah.
I mean, I want to hear Stranglehold every day, but it's, do you love the art or the artist?
You know what, Mike? That's a great question. There is definitely there's like a moral struggle going on with Stranglehold with the because that's a great album now. That first album Nugent made, but can you listen to it without a guilty conscience?
I say love the art, not the artist.
Okay. All right.
That's my take.
I really try hard not to listen to Nugent. He's so over the top.
Out of his mind.
If you put Stranglehold on right now, I would turn it up to
you and me.
11.
That's the thing.
That's the thing. So I got to confess, I've slept on Stranglehold.
You know it. You definitely know it. No,
Okay.
it's one of his big signature songs.
Okay.
Yeah, but Mikey's right though.
It's one of the best rock songs of all time.
You know it.
Oh, awesome! It's great to hear your voice, buddy, and so many things to talk about. Let's start with the quarterbacks. Mike, you're a veteran of many a QB controversy, dating back to a guy who wore number 8 and wore number 16. And now this one, I don't know if you read any tea leaves in what Kyle had to say. We're expecting Brock Purdy back week 1. Brock says, I don't want to say anything I'm going to regret, so let's just take it one day at a time. Trey Lance has a new throwing motion, and Sam Darnold's going to Warriors games with Kittle and McCaffrey. Where's Mike Silver, San Francisco Chronicle columnist, on the quarterback hierarchy of the 49ers?
All right, we'll go from the top. So I think I wrote in December, it's over, it's Purdy, done, that's what Kyle wants. And that, of course, would have been the case barring cataclysmic throwing arm injury in Philly, which made it weirder. So, if Purdy is, in fact, back to being Purdy and healthy, and if he actually starts week 1, wow. But he's clearly going to be the guy, and we won't have nearly as much to talk about. But, I did cover Joe and the elbow, as did you. That's 2 years of basically being sidelined. I have PTSD from that. I think there's a scenario where Purdy is able to come back maybe early, but then the load of all the throwing and practice and all that becomes an issue. And I'm going to say the dreaded words here. We could be talking about arm fatigue. So you don't know about that. And so, I still think there's enough ambiguity, no matter what Kyle or Purdy says or believes. I just don't think they know totally yet. And so then the question becomes, well, in that scenario, is it Lance or Darnold? And, I would just say this. If you answer questions about possibly trading a guy as, we listen to anything, then a story comes out that says, hey, they might trade him before the draft, and you push back 0 on that. And you say they're going to split reps. It lends me to believe that there's maybe a little bit of a vibe toward Darnold in their mind, all things being equal. But, split reps are split reps, and we'll see. Lance got all the reps last offseason and obviously wasn't able to seize it. And the way we know that is that they went back to Jimmy and brought him back right before the start of the season.
Talking to Mike Silver, San Francisco Chronicle, does great stuff, as tremendous NFL reservoir to draw on when it comes to this stuff. Trey Lance goes to see a throwing guru in Dallas. He works out with Pat Mahomes. They say his release is a little quicker now. He's been bothered by the broken finger, etc. Guy goes into his 3rd year as the number 3 pick in the draft, Mike, and has not had a career yet. What's your take, man? Do you buy the hype from the throwing coach and how this guy is kind of a lost soul a little bit?
I mean, injuries suck, so that's part of it. Part of it is draft position, and I would just urge people. I know I do it too, but at some point we got to get out of it. There's sunk costs. There is. My total riff on this is we overvalue the draft as a football watching culture so much. And part of that is because there's nothing else going on. It's late April, it's a show, and it's hope and all that. But if you look at what the draft really does in terms of being transformative, it's not what it is cracked up to be. It can. I mean, if you draft, somebody that is a Hall of Famer and it changes the course of your team, it can. But I just think we need to get out of that a little bit. So if you have a guy that you traded 3 ones for, terminology on this, but you use 3 ones to position yourself to draft, and it's not working out. Usually that means you're fired and your franchise could be set back years. But in the next draft, if you get a guy at 262 who's really good, it's kind of a wash. And so, back to the question, I do think there's upside with Trey. I'm excited if a new throwing motion means more accuracy. I think he obviously needs reps, and I don't know how much any of this has gotten in his head. He seems to be a great teammate, great kid. I've always stood on the fact that they were blown away by his intelligence, and that was really one of the determining factors as to why they picked him. So all of that is really cool. And, I hope that he gets chances now. I do believe that if Purdy is Purdy and healthy and what he was before, that it doesn't really matter, that Purdy is the future. And if you're a Niner fan, you should just embrace it. Just be like, well, we might have whiffed at 3. We don't know. But, hey, we got a guy at 262. It's all good.
It's a really revolutionary concept, what you're selling, Mike. We're talking to Mike Silver as we listen to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, about you're right, that the draft is a fun show, but ultimately at the end of it, all that matters is your roster, right? I mean, I hate to do that to Roger Goodell and the Big Show, but
you're not wrong. Yeah.
I mean, you're right.
And people are now at least willing to trade. I mean, Murph, remember back when, before the lawsuit and the first real CBA in 91 with free agency, there was still a rule that if someone's contract expired, you could sign them. And it meant that the other team had a right to match, as with the current franchise tag. But if they didn't match, then you would have to give them 2 first-round picks. And people were like, oh! and literally one GM, I don't know if he had his name on it or not, I'll have to Google this, but one GM said, I wouldn't trade 2 1s for God. And I was like,
go again.
Wow.
Really? I mean, we were young, but I remember you and I probably over beers. I was like, really? Because I think we might cover God, Joe Montana. And
nice.
I think he's probably better than the 2 1s you're going to use in 1990 and 1991. Yeah. So, I mean, we've made a little progress on that. But, yeah, I just people want the draft to be the biggest thing ever, because they spend so long talking. We're already talking about the 2024 draft and Caleb Williams, they want it to be that. But in basketball, we usually know, like Shaq. Okay, Shaq's coming out. Yeah, if we get the number 1 pick and win the lottery, that is going to change our franchise, except for the fact that the Lakers will just get him like they get everyone else. Kareem, Wilt, don't get me started. I'm still bitter, Murph.
That's it. I hear you, man. I hear you. Oh, man, talking to Mike Silver of the Chronicle. It's really fun to go through this stuff. And I need one Darnold take from you, because, gosh, he's getting, positive. There's just a positive buzz around
everything
him.
you hear is very positive.
Even though his career was sort of lost at sea.
Plus, he's high profile, Mike. He's going to Warrior games with McCaffrey and Kittle. He's getting that camera time with the big boys.
And by the way, the Warriors went to 6 finals in 8 years before Sam Darnold started going to Warrior games. Okay, so maybe that's not such a great no. I mean, I guess I'm open to the fact that this could be an untapped gem. He was drafted 3rd overall. He does some good things, and I think it's fair to say that Kyle has a chance to make a quarterback shine. But I'm also just, I'm a little skeptical. Like, he's played a lot. It's not like we haven't seen him play. We've seen him play a lot. And, I just, that'd be cool. We may see him start the opener. I'll weigh in a lot more incisively then. But, I'm open to either Trey Lance or Sam Darnold tearing it up and making it a really cool thing. But, based on what I've seen, I think Brock Purdy can be a really, really good NFL quarterback, and I just don't know what the other two.
Good stuff, Mike. Good stuff. So Mikey's was down in L.A. He went to Rams camp.
Yeah,
I want to hear
sleeping with the enemy.
A quick word. I know you and McVay are tight, and you of course covered his grandpa quite well. Rest in peace, John. We love him. We had him on the show right before he left us. It was so great to have him. But here's the deal. I'm looking at the NFC West, and I'm like absolutely terrified of the beast in the Northwest. I feel like the Seahawks were ahead of schedule last year, and they only got better, and their draft was fantastic. Speaking of the draft. And I honestly, Mike, I'm at the point where I'm like almost writing off the Rams. Like, I'm like, oh, they're done. They got
did that
their
last year. We wrote them off.
Stafford was old last year. He's back again. I mean, what is the vibe? I mean, McVay was going to leave.
Stafford, seriously.
What's the vibe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was standing with Les Snead, the general manager, early in the practice, and he was kind of like, I don't know who everyone is either. Don't feel bad. He owned it. Like, there are a lot of new faces. And, I think Sean's re-energized, and Sean is very hard on himself. That's one of his things. So hearing Sean talk about the way he led last year and the way he handled it, he wants to make some changes, and he feels better about where he is and all that. So, look, there are questions with Stafford and his arm and his health in general and his age. So I kind of thought they'd go get a backup quarterback we really knew a lot about or heard of, had seen play. And they got Brett Rippon and drafted Stetson Bennett, who is not a tall man. That's my just visual observation on Stetson Bennett. He's done a lot of cool things in college. He might be good. But when you are, he ain't Jared Goff. He looks more like John Wolford stature wise. So, I think they probably have a chance to develop some players and do some really cool stuff. Do they seem like the championship contender of 2 years ago, championship winner? Not on paper.
Well, that's good news for the Niners because, and again, anything can happen. Paper is paper, but eliminating them as a threat is a big deal, and then focus on the Seahawks, which is going to be good. And we'll talk to you about that all summer long. But Mikey, finally, you wrote a column this morning in the Chronicle on the Super Bowl coming. And I'm going to be honest, I was surprised. Even though we took part in Super Bowl 50, we were at Media Row in Moscone Center. Shout out John Noguchi, our host. We did the Santa Clara. And
I assume it's all going to be in the same location again.
Well, Mike, let's be honest now. You and I, nobody loves San Francisco more than the three of us, but it has its open challenges. I mean, the streets are a problem. Just yesterday, Mayor Breed tried to do something at UN Plaza, got heckled out of the building.
Well, and real quick, you know what else you guys do? The city has changed pretty significantly, in my opinion, even since the last Super Bowl was here. Like, things have kind of snowballed.
And setting aside the homeless and drug problem is the vacant office space and businesses leaving and all that stuff. So you're like, no, San Francisco deserves a Super Bowl.
Let's go.
Column.
No, I just see a brighter future. I mean, look, I was born in San Francisco, and I thought it was the greatest place in the world for much of my life, and then it kind of became like, 25-year-old yuppies and Beamers with, not there's anything wrong with it, but like tons of tech money, and I don't know, I thought San Francisco, like the San Francisco I love, that's a little weird and magical, kind of got muted by that a little bit. So if it takes a little course correction to, do a little spring cleaning and then bring back, I think, the great San Francisco, that has stood the test of time, I think we can get there. And the Super Bowl will be an impetus, I think, to make the streets resplendent. And, I don't know. I see a comeback. It's Northern California, it's California, it's San Francisco. I don't see a scenario where it's not a killer place to be and live and work in this lifetime, unless we really do fall into the ocean, in which case, maybe like Davis will be coastline.
Wasn't that the Superman movie? Didn't Gene Hackman want to send us into the ocean?
You're on fire, Murph.
Yeah.
So, he wanted to dump it.
I'm all for Mikey as comeback San Francisco. I love. There's times you're
on board,
man.
man.
Like I was at the DeYoung Museum for Mother's Day. It was just fantastic.
You catch a glimpse. You say, "Damn."
But there are issues. But you're right, Mike. This could be impetus and motivation to get.
Well, I just don't think we, of all people, should be feeding into there are certain forces out there in our nation. I don't know if you know that want to portray all urban places, but certainly one in Northern California as everything wrong and it's terrible, it's horrible, look how bad it is. And we're taking a few lumps, but I don't know, it's the same thing with the Warriors losing. It sucked to lose to the Lakers, but then you go, man, what a great thing this has been and how cool this is. And I'm excited for the opener next year to see Steph Curry, another year. It's going to be killer. So I don't know. I think we got to look at the body of work of the great Barbary Coast and, there's going to be another gold rush, metaphorically, of some sort. And why shouldn't the Super Bowl be a perfect impetus to accelerate that? And then give us more, because as you know, the Super Bowl is not just the game, it's the week. And that was a great week walking around San Francisco. Our set for NFL Network was behind the Hyatt Regency, up overlooking the bay. I could see Berkeley. I mean, it was just, I got to walk those streets every day, and the parties were great. And I don't remember a lot of people bummed to be in San Francisco or in the Bay Area, even when Coldplay was doing its set at halftime.
Nice, man. Nice.
Mikey, great hit. Always enjoyable and great column in the Chronicle. Everybody read them, and we look forward to the next. And we're still looking after the boy. So be good, man.
I love it. I'll see you soon.
Mike Silver, he's the best. And, here come the texts, all these people. And there's some people, preach, Mike, preach. Other people going, it was the most awesome city. It's circling the drain. Mike's point is, where's your attitude? Why aren't you fighting to make this the best? Excuse me, Paulie.
You're all right. Get it all out.
Fighting to make this the best possible city it can be. And that was a great line from Mike, typical as a writer. I'm still betting on the body of work from the great Barbary Coast. That was a great line, the body of work. All right. Hey, last one to plug Farhan Zaidi on with Tolbert and Copes today.
Oh, good.
At 4:50.
Okay.
There he is. There's Danny Dunn.
Danny. My guy's ready for Giant Ball.
He said he didn't know who the Bowery Boys are.
By the way, Murph was having a Don Cheadle moment, just so you guys know. Right now, he's still getting it out. Pretty much what it sounds like in the studio. Shout out Don Cheadle, friend of the program. Yeah.
We did the observation tower at the DeYoung Museum. It was it's so pretty.
Yeah.
So
you're not going to beat Golden Gate Park. I don't care who
you
are.
Look out. You can see all the way out to the bridge and the ocean, the bay, and the rolling hills of the Richmond and all that
Golden
stuff.
Golden Gate Park alone. Just alone. I mean,
and then again, at the same time, there's some stuff in Golden Gate Park. You're not exactly taking Mom. You know what I mean? So.
Well, although I would take Mom to the Japanese tea gardens. I might, and I used to take my kids out to see the buffalo on a semi-regular basis. We'd go to the zoo, and I'd be like, hey, kids, you want to see the buffalo on the way home? Yeah, Daddy, yeah. And then we'd pull out and go watch the buffalo roam around. Only in Golden Gate Park, my friends.
Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam.
And I'll show you a house full of blank.
Okay. Yeah. There it is. Who's that?
No, that's just my own spin on things.
That's really good.
Yeah.
I like that. Giants pregame show, Murph and Max style, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Only God knows.
That's the end of the game. It's another beautiful day, not quite as warm, however. A little bit windy. Temperatures will get into the 70s, but beautiful day for baseball. The Giants play the finale here in Minnesota after winning the first 2 games. The Giants have won 3 in a row overall and 7 of their last 8. Anthony DeSclafani today for the Giants against Bay Area native Joe Ryan, who's won 6 and lost 1. I'm John Miller with Dave Fleming. We got a full pregame show still to come.
Hey, everybody, it is May 24th in Giants history, and we are going back just 1 year to probably the most memorable regular season game of the 2022 season. Well, it's in competition with the Mike Yastrzemski walk-off grand slam off of Josh Hader, but we'll offer this one and see what you think. May 24, 2022, Giants-Mets. 1 year ago, Oracle Park, cruising along 6th inning, Giants are up 8-2 because Jock Peterson hit 2 home runs. But the Mets battled back. They scored 2 in the 7th, and incredibly, they put up 7 runs in the 8th inning. That's brutal. So now there's 2 outs and the bases empty in the 8th, and we're kind of looking down, but Mike Yastrzemski singles and Darren Ruff walks, and then here comes the 2-homer man, Jock Peterson.
Yaz at second, Ruff at first. The pitch on the way. Swinging. There's a long drive to right. It's headed for the Bay. A 3-run homer, the 3rd of the night for Jock Peterson. That one is wet, and this game is tied.
So Giants are up 8-2 on 2 Jock homers. They fall behind 11-8 and then tie it on Jock's 3rd homer, 11-11. But it gets crazier because a Brandon Nimmo sac fly in the top of the 9th gives the Mets a 12-11 lead. Bottom 9, you need something. Wilmer Flores base hit. Tommy La Stella grounds into a double play. 2 outs, nobody on. Mike Yastrzemski grinds out a walk. Darren Ruff singles, and then here comes Jock Peterson yet again.
The 1-1 pitch. Swing, line drive to center, base hit. Here comes Yastrzemski, and he scores. It's tied up. Jock Peterson does it again.
Yeah, that was Jock Peterson's career-high 8th RBI. This was the night he talked to Barry Bonds before the game. Remember that? And then finally, we got one last highlight from May 24, 2022, arguably the game of the year. Brandon Crawford digs in.
Darren Ruff, the possible winning run at second. The pitch. Crawford hits a ground ball into left field. Base hit. Can he make it? Cannon charges. Here comes the throw. Here's the slide. He is swing. Ruff scores. The ball game is over. Incredibly, the Giants come back, and they come back again. And now they have won it.
Yeah, that's a pretty fun one, and we have the final cherry on top. This date in Giants history, producer Mike Kohler was there at the yard on May 24, 2022, and this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history. It's always fun when Paulie and I get to do this. A little special treat for us. Hopefully, gets the Giants a win. John Miller in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
All right.
We're here in San Francisco. Good morning, John.
Good morning.
How are you?
I think I'm warmer than you are because we've had 80-plus degrees the last 2 days, and today it's supposed to be 76 as the high, so pretty nice.
Well, that accounts for that story Susan Slusser had, or Andy Bagley had, that they went out to the lake, a bunch of Giants, and were jumping in and swimming around.
Sounds like a nice day.
I was thinking it's a little early, Minnesota-wise. There still might be some ice on that.
Water could be a little chilly,
No,
John.
You're saying it's lake weather, huh?
Oh.
Well, you brought this up to the right person because I'm going to give you the rest of the story.
This is it. Let's go, Paul Harvey.
I went down to the lobby, and several Giants were down there, and they were getting ready to head over to Lake Minnetonka. And one of them, with a brother who has a sauna right near the shore of Lake Minnetonka, had invited them to go over and do some hot and cold therapy. So they were all going over there. There was enough of them to have a couple of cars, and they went over, got in the sauna, and then they would run from the sauna out into the lake, which was pretty coolish, and they got the cold going. And then when they just couldn't handle that anymore, they'd jump out of the lake and run back into the sauna. And that's the way you do the hot and cold therapy. You do it back and forth, back and forth. And I've done that in a spa down in Scottsdale during spring training because some ball players told me about it, and I thought, well, I should try it because it's supposed to be so good for your bod, and it is. It's really good. So always felt great afterward. So and they don't have to go to Lake Minnetonka to do that, but I think it was a little more fun to do it that way than just in the spa at the hotel.
This might account for the wins. These little adventures too. John, so what can you describe? Are you invigorated? What are you like? All of a sudden, you're like your
fountain of youth effect.
You're
almost
more ready to take on the world. Is that it?
Yeah.
Well, you get into the hot, and I usually go into not a sauna, but the hot steam. I'm a steam kind of a guy. Yeah. You do that for a few minutes, and then you get out and go into the cold plunge, which after you've been in the hot steam, it's really cold. But you get in, you submerge, and you do that for 3 minutes. It's 3 and 3 minutes of each, 3 repetitions of each. What? And then you get out of the cold and go back into the steam, and then you get back out, go back into the cold. And it's afterward, I describe it as having this amazing sense of well-being. I'm calm. My body feels like it's just perfectly situated, and really, I sit when I'm at that spa in Scottsdale. I bring my book, and after I've done my hot and cold 3 of each, then I sit and read my book and try to stay awake.
This is like your description of this has put me in a Zen state, an amazing state of well-being. That's all we're seeking, Paulie, in life. And that's why you go to Grateful Dead shows.
It's all you can ask for.
An amazing state of well-being.
Yes.
All right. So on that incredibly peaceful and wholesome.
Get over there. Try it out. Come on.
Let's take we're now ready for the second segment of John Miller on the Giants pregame show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, we're back. Murph and Mac, we get to do the pregame show. We only get to do this a handful of times a year. It's a pleasure to talk to John Miller in Minneapolis. What a squad you're with there, John. Speaking of the hot and cold, can you feel the heat coming off these guys? They're playing good ball right now. What do you attribute it to, John?
It's fun. The pitching has been good, and they're hitting the long ball. And then when they weren't hitting the long ball, remember they had that 4-game winning streak at home before they lost that Saturday game. They only hit 1 home run in the 4-game streak. Remember, this is the team that leads the majors in highest percentage of total runs driven home with home runs. So that was kind of the way it was going. If they weren't hitting homers, they weren't scoring much. And they had 12 hits, RBI hits that weren't home runs in that stretch. So that was just in that 3-game series against the Phillies, in fact. So that was kind of cool, and they just have kept doing that. And they did get the big home run from Conforto Monday night, and another big home run from Conforto last night. Which was your favorite, by the way? Was it the one that capped a 4-run first-inning rally, put them ahead to stay, or was it the one that brought them from behind?
I'm going to go with the last night's come from behind.
Same
they're
here.
down 3-0,
Yeah, it was a
and
nice
I'm thinking
moment.
Sonny Gray's dealing, and they're not going to. Okay, split the first 2, go get the rubber game.
And coming from behind.
Yeah, the first inning was
Yeah.
great. A nice present on your doorstep, like a little Christmas present. But I'll take a come from behind, Jack John.
Same.
Yeah, I think that's always huge, and late in the game like that.
Yeah.
So, anyway, so it's kind of cool. And the other aspect of it that I kind of look at is Alex Cobb going 7. So Alexander pitched the 8th, and Doval pitched the 9th, and the bullpen otherwise got the whole night off because they had a whole bullpen game on Monday, and they've been using that bullpen pretty heavily during this long stretch, the 7 out of 8 stretch. So I think that was great to see going deep into the game from Cobb because, he was having a hard time controlling that splitter. Last week when he pitched, he just couldn't throw it for a strike. Last night, he hung a couple of them in the strike zone that got hit out of the ballpark. But he still seemed to make that adjustment. He had a better splitter as the game went along. And he gave the Giants 7, just those 2 homers, the only runs that he allowed. So I thought that was huge. And now the Giants are giving J.D. Davis and Patrick Bailey a little rest. Crawford is back in there. And Tyro Estrada gets a semi-rest. He's the DH instead of being in the middle infield. So they're in a stretch where in a 27-day period, about a month, they only have 1 day off. So they're trying to be mindful of that and give guys some regular breathers along the way.
And Casey Schmidt's back in the lineup today. This kid Wisely, I know we only got like 30 seconds left, John, but Wisely's getting a little play out of second base. He's got a glove, huh?
He looks pretty good, and he hit a ball off the right center field wall here Monday night. That high up that wall, 23-foot high wall in right field, and so I think that he also had a bases loaded walk that knocked in the Giants. I guess knocked in is not the right word.
Yeah.
It forced in the second Giants run.
Grinded in. Something like that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, great, John. A wonderful hot, cold story. An amazing sense of well-being I have going into this game. And have a great broadcast. And we will talk to you down the line.
Namaste.
No, that's so good.
Thanks, John.
So good. Paulie, hot and cold therapy after we got to do Diamond Notes.
Count me in.
Right, so Diamond Notes coming up. Then you got your Around the Park.
Sounds like a good morning.
And you got your cap. And then you got your bagels with the Giants.
Giants baseball.
All coming up. Murph and Mac doing the pregame. Giants Twin today. 10-10 first pitch on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. All right, Diamond Notes. Paulie Mack and I taking you up to Giants Twins, 10-10 today. And what's the most important thing in life, Paulie? Starting pitching. Right. The most important thing in life.
Shout out Tim Lincecum.
Starting pitchers are sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. On the bump for the Giants, Anthony DeSclafani. Tony D carrying a 3-3 record with a 3.09 ERA and 41 strikeouts. DeSclafani has been phenomenal in day games, Paulie. He likes the sunshine.
Yeah, he does.
And John Miller told us it's warm and sunny in Minneapolis.
He's a Jersey boy. He likes the outdoors.
In his last 3 starts in day games, he's 1-0 with a 1.42. And the Giants are 2-1
nice
in those games. 3 earned runs in 19 innings. Now, for the Twins, we do have to salute. It ain't often that you get a kid out of Drake High School. They now call it Archie Williams.
That's the thing.
Drake known for its basketball through the years, and then also its water polo of late. But we got to shout out the Marin County Athletic League product, Joe Ryan, the old Drake Pirate. He's on the hill for the Twins. He's easy to root for, just not today. He's 6-1. That's what Water Triple E rookie. He's 6-1 already. Listen to this kid, Joey Ryan.
Right.
A 2.25 ERA, 66 strikeouts. Paul, you'll be known. He's participated in Minnesota Twins Deadhead Days.
I've heard a lot of intel about this guy being a Dead fan. Yeah.
Only 5 Giants have faced Joe Ryan in their careers, and he warmed up. I saw him in pitch last year with my buddies. We went to Minnesota.
Yeah.
He warmed up to Scarlet Begonias.
He's cut from the same cloth I am.
Only Mitch Haniger and Mike Yastrzemski have recorded a hit against Marin County's own Joe Ryan.
They're very good, Murph. Hey, now it's time to identify the X Factor in today's game, sponsored by Casino Matrix. Murph Casino Matrix, progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. So today's X Factor is Mitch Haniger. The slugger had a slow start to his Giants tenure, but he's found his stroke as of late. In the last 5 games, Haniger's posted a .375 batting average. He's gone 6 for 16, scored 4 runs, got 2 RBIs. He's also got a stolen base. Doing it all out there, Murph. Meanwhile, Haniger has pushed his average above the Mendoza line with this recent stretch. So now he is batting .213 on the season. Hey, the slugger only has 2 career at-bats, Haniger does, against the Marin County kids so far. He is the only Giant who's gone deep against Joe Ryan in his career. Murph, we will be back with more Diamond Notes next on KNBR 680, the Sports Leader. All right, let's go places right now with the Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. There are several early starts around the league today with 5 games starting before 10:10 a.m. Pacific time, so let's get into it. They include the Diamondbacks going to face the Philadelphia Phillies. That game in Philly, 10:05 first pitch. Padres might be able to get to 500 by Flag Day, and we'll look to get back in the win column against the Nationals. That game goes off today at 4:05 p.m. Meanwhile, the Dodgers take on the Braves today at 4:20 in the Big A.
Wait, he wrote the Big A on the script. The Big A is Anaheim.
Well, see, now we got controversy on Diamond Notes.
Atlanta the Big A.
Now we're going places on a Toyota scoreboard, and we got controversy. We're going into controversy town, so we're going to scratch that Big A comment and move to the next matchup. Probably the best thing to do. Tell you about the Rockies, where if they're going to face the Marlins, that game at 5:40 p.m. This one, of course, will be at Adam Copeland's favorite yard, Coors Field.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, and then finally of note, this is also in the script. I'll read it to you as written. Murph's Seattle Mariners.
You know my fondness.
I do. And that's a fair comment. Taking on the A's today, currently of Oakland. First pitch there, 6:40 p.m.
He's got material.
He's riffing hard, yeah.
Too bad he riffed on the Big A, which nobody has ever called Atlanta.
His heart was in the right place, we'll say.
Hey, guys, I also want to apologize to Deadheads and Joe Ryan and Marin County Drake High Pirates everywhere. It's fire on the mountain.
Oh, dude, no, you're fine.
Fire
Free pass.
on the mountain.
Don't worry, Scarlet Fire. It's easy to confuse the two.
And let's look now to see who's hot. Sponsored by Valley Heating, Cooling, and Electrical, voted best in Silicon Valley and a Lennox premier dealer. The free agent signings starting to pay off. It is Mike Conforto, or as you like to call him, Mikey Conforto, red hot lately. Became the first Giant to hit the double-digit home run mark for the season with his 10th dong of the season yesterday. His 6th bomb in his last 12 games. He's tied for the 3rd most homers in Major League Baseball since May 10th, behind Forever Giant. And the kid wrote Arson Judge. He's trying to be funny. He's really working material.
He's trying it all out today.
And this Cubs rookie, Chris Morel, you guys heard about this guy? He's going off. Have you picked him up, Waterboy? I got to get going. Conforto is slashing 333, 380, 778. That's a lot of numbers. Just think they're really high. 14 ribs, and that's not all. 60% of his homers have been go-ahead homers, tied for the 4th most in the majors. He does well against the AL Central, and against the Twins specifically. His 1,070 OPS against the AL Central is the best in the bigs among 125 plate appearances among active players, 643 slug percentage, first in the bigs in his 8-game history against the Twins. 13-28 with 3 dongs, 12 ribbies, and a 1388 OPS. That's a lot of numbers, Triple E. Good job, kid. And we go around the ballpark next. Enjoy the game, everybody, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.